Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for Demos Reimagined. We're really excited to get started in just a few minutes. I'm Greer Lynch, our Vice President of Marketing here at Reprise and your host for today's event. While we wait for everyone to join, our chat is now open and we want to hear from you. The Reprise team is joining from New York City. Drop a hello in the chat and tell us where you're tuning in from. We welcome questions in the Q&A Zoom portal or just throw them into the chat window. We'll try to get to as many as we can today. Also, if you're local to New York City, please join us tonight at 6:30 p.m. at Bar Chef. Lindsay will drop the link with all the details in the chat right now. Oh, it looks like we have folks from all over. A lot of New York. Hope to see you tonight. We got Austin, Texas, Cleveland. Is that where Skyline Chili's from? I think. St. Louis, Poland. All right, we have India. Wow, we have folks from Costa Rica, Kentucky, Boston, Raleigh. Wow, all over the place. Fantastic. We have a great representation here. Yep, a lot. Dallas, Greenville, lots of folks. Well, thanks for tuning in. We're glad that you were all able to join us for Demos Reimagined today. I'm going to pass it off to Chris Mabry, our VP of Solutions and Partnerships here at Reprise, to introduce today's event. Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with some market projections and then talk about how Solutions is playing a role. I'd like to see everybody's chats in there. Thank you so much for everybody joining from around the world. The global SaaS market is predicted to reach $317 billion this year. The expectation is to grow to $793 billion by 2029. So if you're doing some math, that's an increase of 150%, $475 billion in 4 years. I had to look that up on the calculator, obviously. But in concert, we're seeing significant layoffs this year. We're in a market where we're experiencing the highest average churn rate since 2019. So it's juxtaposition, but it's not all bleak. Today, I did a little research. There are over 22,000 jobs on LinkedIn with the word sales and engineer in the description. Most with at least one AI component in there. That's the key part. AI is the trend we're seeing spiking. Skill requirements increased by 89% in the first half of the year. The salaries also are increasing by 28%. You know what the skills and qualifications are in most of these positions? Let me read them to you, see if they sound familiar to you. Technical foundation, business acumen, and communication skills. Does that sound familiar? Yeah, to me too. My name's Chris Mabry. I'm the VP of Solutions here at Reprise. I'm the ex-GM of PreSales Collective. I've been a solution engineer for over a decade, and I nerd out about this stuff all the time. In my time connecting with hundreds of go-to-market and solution engineering leaders over the past few years, one thing is more consistent than ever. If you want to make significant impact to your business, top of funnel, conversion rates, retention rates, there's one key thing you can do. You can scale the brilliance of your solution engineering org. If you want to increase revenue, scale the brilliance of your SE team. If you want to reduce churn, scale the influence and the brilliance of your SE team. If you want to make your customers actually successful using your tool, scale the brilliance of your SE org. I fell in love with this problem of scaling this brilliance of solutions teams many years ago. And I kept asking myself the question, can we really give every single product demo? Do we have to give another harbor tour demo? Like, can't I scale this? Save the most valuable moments for my SE team with my customers? That's exactly what customers at Reprise are doing. I wanted to be a part of that, so I came on board. Demos touch every part of go-to-market, marketing, pre-sales, sales, your website. I mean, at your events, it touches everything. In Solutions, we're the best people for this. We know more about product than sales, more about sales than product. We're the hub and spoke, if you imagine it that way. And we're really the glue to the whole organization. We're the boots on the ground. We're the trusted advisor. And now I would say the trend is we're pushing for the budget we deserve. So don't feel bad about pushing for that budget. We're focused on scale now. Last year here at Reprise, we ran our first Demos Reimagined event. It quickly became one of the best events of the year. Over the next few hours, we have over 800 people popping in and out of here to push themselves to get better. If you've joined, this is kind of like going to the gym. If you go, you've already done the hard work. You've made the effort, you put it on your calendar. You've made the effort to show up. You're here. So don't sleep on that opportunity. There's two things I'm going to share with you that are going to make this like 10% more valuable to you. I'm going to grab the speaker list and I'm actually going to share it in the comments. So I'm going to grab the speaker list and share it in the comments now. You'll see my post. My recommendation after doing this for many years, connect with every single person who's speaking at this event on LinkedIn. Send them a message telling them that you love their content. Connect with me too on LinkedIn. Secondly, one thing that really works is you want to share with your team that you're investing in yourself because you did put it on your calendar and you did show up. And it's not bragging to talk about how you're investing in your professional development. We all need to do that, especially in this career. So take a screenshot, post something on LinkedIn like, you know, today I took the time to invest in myself along the best solution engineering leaders in the world. Take it when I don't look funny, please, if you take it of me, you know. And also don't be shy. This is the fun part. Put your LinkedIn in the comments so that you can connect with other people here. One of the coolest things you can do is actually schedule time with somebody that you met through this virtual event 2 weeks from now and get 15 minutes on their calendar and talk about what you learned. So don't be shy. Now's the time to do that. Very few professions have this level of community, kindness, the collected effort to grow together. So don't sleep on that part of our profession. It's very special. To say we have a packed agenda is an understatement. These are really the best of the best. Kate, our keynote speaker, she's giving away the free negotiation course. So that's going to come in email. Don't miss that. We have solution leaders from Cisco, Braze, LinkedIn, Outreach, and more. And if you're in New York City, I hope to see you tonight. I'll be there at our networking event. So let's have fun. Let's let loose. Let's cut a rug, as my dad would say. Thank you so much for joining. I love this, and I love being a part of it. Now, without further ado, I'm happy to hand it off to Greer to kick off our first session. So Greer, take it away.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you for the warm welcome. For our next session, I'd like to introduce a true partner to this category, all its vendors and the growth in recent years. We have David Yockelson. He's Distinguished VP Analyst at Gartner. He will be presenting Product Demos and Beyond, a cornerstone of modern go-to-market. Welcome, David. Hi, David. Welcome.
Greer, good morning, and thanks very much. Hello, everyone, and for everybody watching, Chris and I did not pre-plan our outfits today, so just so you know. And Chris also talked about this being a lot like going to the gym. It could say maybe it's like eating your vegetables, but I think the gym analogy is much better. And what I'm going to do for the next maybe 44 minutes or so is talk about just what you can see on the screen. Let me put this into presentation mode. Here we go. I am going to talk about the world of product demos, and I'm going to call it by a few different names, but I'm going to pick up on some of the themes that Chris touched on, and I'm going to pick up on them by talking about this, what I think is an amazing invention, technology, capability that I really wish I had had when I was on your side of the table. So maybe just 2 seconds on me. You can see that I'm from Gartner. That's pretty obvious. What do I do at Gartner? My role at Gartner is consider me a go-to-market analyst, which means that I help my clients. My clients are all tech companies. Well, most of them, maybe 98% of my clients are tech companies. And I try to help them get their offerings into market. As part of that, there are a few technologies that I look at, and one of them is this world of what I call interactive demo, but more on that in a second. I want to start off this talk with a little quiz for you. You don't have to answer it in the chat or anything, just think about it in your head. And the quiz is this. If you think about your website, what do you think is the top performing call to action or CTA in your website? Think about it for a second. And I'm going to give you what the answer generally is. For most companies, a top performing or the top performing CTA is get a demo, request a demo, schedule a demo, right? You know, we all have websites. We've all seen that. Now, second part of the quiz. what do you think is one of the most frustrating calls to action on your website for your buyers? It's not too hard an answer. The answer is going to be the same call to action. And yeah, some companies try to make it more palatable and more fun, but hey, get a free demo. You can call us and schedule. And, while it's well-meaning, it really doesn't address the way that buyers want to buy things these days. And so what do I mean by that? If we take a look at what the buyer journey looks like today, and remember the title of this presentation was, how do we deal with demos, and why are demos important to a modern go-to-market approach? Well, if we think about how buyers want to buy, and we think about how we want to meet them where they are in the market, what don't they want to do? They don't really want to talk to sellers. At least they don't want to talk to them early on in the process. They don't want to waste time scheduling and talking to an SDR and talking to an AE and going back and forth and scheduling a whole bunch of demos and wasting the time for it. They absolutely want to understand if what you have is right for them. And they also want to understand a few other things, like, are they solving the right problem, and so on and so forth. But they don't want to have to pull those boulders up the hill that we or you as vendors often set up for them. So that's the one thing. Now, the other side of this, though, is what makes it arduous for you all. And I'm sure every one of you could have created this slide for me, but you got to figure out what that account wants, what the pain points are, what the challenges are, and you got to do it without them wanting to talk to you, which is a fun thing. Who's available to give a demo when they ask for it? How many should we give? What version of the product should we show? Oh my, 5 people want to see it. Great. How are we going to do that? So on and so forth. So it's not only hard, if we think about this and how it's done traditionally, for the buyers, it's also really hard for you all. And so, it's really hard to do. Now let's peel the onion a little bit further and talk about, well, okay, we know that we're gonna give demos, and I think it's more anecdotal than empirical, but the numbers that I tend to hear are that for a decent sized deal and a tech product generally, there are at least 5 demos that are going to get done, and there's going to be a proof of value or proof of concept. I prefer proof of value, but all those are going to happen. But what does it take to actually make those things happen? Well, it takes at least one of you, and often it's an SE, sometimes it's an SDR or an AE, but it takes a human typically, and it takes a working product. And to get the combination of those two actually working, it also may take some prayer or hope, or something that says, we can get the right people in the virtual room at the right time, the thing's going to work, we know how to use it, so on and so forth. And that just, it doesn't scale well, and it doesn't work well in this modern go-to-market environment. So it may be no surprise if any of you either have heard me speak before, or you follow me on LinkedIn, or like what I post. I'm a huge advocate of what I call interactive demo technology. You'll understand why as we go through this. But why is that? So, for the one thing, the technology that we're talking about here allows demos to be treated like content. I can take one, I can put it on my website, people look at it, I can send it out by URL, I can leave it behind after a sales call. That's awesome. That's very freeing. But even if I move beyond that and I want to give a live demo to someone, well, this technology makes that a heck of a lot easier to do and to repeat and to change. And at the same time, the demos also become amazing sources of first-party intent data, i.e., the demos become a vehicle to collect information from your prospects about what they're interested in. And this is becoming true whether you put those on the website, whether you send them out, or whether you do them live. And that's incredibly important given the increasing disappearance of people clicking on websites to go find things out initially because of the growth of LLMs and so on. So for the balance of this presentation, we're going to do 3 things. We're going to look at this space, which is called different things. We'll take a look at what those things mean. Lots of different terms. I'll straighten that out. We'll talk about how this all can and should and is being used across a buyer journey or a sales process, however you want to think about it. And then I want to take a little bit of a step back and help you understand, okay, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff available here. There are a lot of forms of this. And how do you think about how to consider it and how to apply it? So let's jump into the first part here. And let's do a little terminology semantics checkpoint. So we're talking about kind of a demo that we want to create. Now, I've used the term and so far in this presentation, and when I write about it, I typically call it interactive demo. Why does Gartner decide to put a stamp on interactive demo? I like to look at things from the buyer's perspective. And so interactive demo to me echoes more of what the buyer experiences. They have an interactive experience with this thing, a demonstration, a product, and so on. It's our favorite term. Now, historically in this market, and the history of this market doesn't go back all that far, but historically, it was the vendors that were more on the marketing use case side of this that favored the term interactive demo. And to be perfectly honest, I spend a lot of my time on the marketing piece side of go-to-market. But we're not the only game in town. And so there is another term that you've probably heard a bunch, which is called demo automation. And for the most part, it was the vendors that had been focused more on the sales side or pre-sales use cases that use that term. And it's perfectly valid. I think that it echoes, like you see here, it echoes the value to the demo creator or demo giver, i.e. I want to automate the ability to create these and make that a lot easier. And it turns out that our friends at G2 like that term. But it doesn't matter. Let's assume we're all talking about the same thing, the same market, the same set of technology. And at the same time, I'm going to throw you a little curveball, and I'm going to use the term product experience. And I'll explain why I do that. But interactive demos, demo automation, to me, is all part of this world of providing a product experience to a user, to a prospective user, to a prospective buyer. In fact, from a Gartner perspective, we make a lot of predictions. And one of the things that we think is over the next several years, and it's happening already, you could argue it happened a long time ago, but not with this technology. But what's going to happen over the next couple of years is that the vast majority of SaaS providers are going to incorporate multiple product experiences, ranging from interactive demonstrations to sandboxes to live demos, to POVs, to all of these things, to free trials and so on, within their go-to-market strategies. Why? Because these technologies makes it a lot easier for buyers to understand, do you have the right thing for them? And it gives them an opportunity to try it in their own context. And they need that in order to make a case, or it's one of the things that they need to make a case in order to make a purchase. So we think that's going to happen, and that's going to increase significantly from what we think is about 20% or less of the market today that are doing this. And I look at lots of websites, I talk to lots of tech companies and so on, and from my perspective, there's a lot of vendors out there that still have that call us, get a demo, and we'll figure out how to schedule that thing. So it's going to change, and it's going to change. Why is it going to change? One of the areas that I've looked at over the years is product-led growth. And for the sake of the way we think about it and what you need to know for product-led growth, we could spend a few hours on that. But think about PLG being not necessarily 100% self-serve, but think about it meaning that the first form of your organization that a buyer encounters is a product, not a salesperson. So product-led, product leads the charge. And why is PLG a good thing, or why are PLG tactics a good thing? Well, these days it's kind of impossible to get any attention if you go strictly top down in your sales motion and your sales process. We know that buyers want to see the value of what you do. They want to experience it early. You want to create advocacy, get people talking about it inside accounts and across accounts and so on. But the overarching benefit of a product-led motion is speed. Not many products in B2B, and especially B2B tech, are going to be bought by pressing a button and putting down a credit card or a purchase card. So if that's not the main benefit, what is? Well, getting to the point of making the decision, increasing the speed that the buyer can get to the POV and have a business case built and those sorts of things is really what this is all about. And it's in the heart of it also it's about letting buyers buy the way that they want to buy. They want to do things on their own. They want to experience and see value, all the things that I've been talking about. And by the way, this is even more true with AI, with Gen AI, and in particular with agents and agentic solutions. And we'll touch on that as we go through. But making this process go faster when the average B2B sales process or buying process takes 10 months is imperative. And you know, just imagine it this way, you know, mention AI here. If the average B2B buying process takes 10 months, but you're revving your products weekly, you know, those two things don't meet up. So, you know, just think about trying to demonstrate a new feature, new capability, and so on to a prospect and you know, make that happen in real time. Really, really, really hard to do if we do it in a traditional manner. So product experiences for me mean a lot of different things. And the boulders that you see here, taken from that first slide, represent the variety of different product experiences that might exist. And as you can see, they range from real demos to interactive demos to free trials to freemiums to sandboxes to POVs and so on. And yeah, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know about how important all these things are. But the challenge with all this has been, you know, before this technology existed, you know, there was no such thing as self-serve. I mean, yeah, you could watch a demo video, but those videos take time to create. They're hard to change. They're expensive. You kind of have to do them well, otherwise people ignore them, and they're not interactive. And so there's a variety of benefit to leveraging the interactive demo technology to provide both the self-serve versions of these product experiences that you can see in the light blue, and the human-led versions of these product experiences, which you can see in the dark blue. So we want to make things easier for the buyer, make them go faster. We want to make things easier for the SE and for the AE and the SDR, make their lives easier. And so you can see all the benefits of doing this on the right. So that's my sales pitch for interactive demo automation, for thinking about product experiences and at least creating the playing field or introduction to understand, look, you know, not only there are going to be a bunch of these as part of any buying process. Let's talk about a little bit more specifically about how they work, what they do, when they're used, and all of that. And I know that, you know, when I talk about this, the response that often comes back when I'm talking to our clients is, you know, this all sounds great, Dave, or David, whatever you want to call me. It sounds great, you know, wonderful, but you know, there's one of me, there's two of us, there's never enough of us to go around, and you know, it has to be easy, and you know, we don't have monopoly money to play with. You know, we don't have a huge budget. You know, Chris talked about increasing budget, that's great, but you know, it's really hard to get new stuff in, and it's, you know, hard for us to get these things going. So why should we listen to you? Why should we go about doing this? So let's talk a little bit about how this technology works. And I promise this is not a very deep dive. This is a kind of shallow deep dive. But let's start with your applications. So this is a picture, make-believe picture of your application. And so the way that interactive demo automation technology works, very generally speaking, is we make a copy of that application. And I'm simplifying it. There's a bunch of ways to make that quote unquote copy. You'll see that in a second, but take it with a grain of salt. So we make a copy of the thing. And added to that copy of the application is a bunch of information. Now, some of this will differ in terms of your usage of this. Like if you're putting it on your website, then you're going to have more built-in guidance and hotspots and directional sorts of things, panning and zooming so that you can lead the user to the right thing. But they're customizable. You can change names, again, somewhat depending upon how you create them, but you can change data. We'll talk more about that later because there are more and less sophisticated ways to do that. You can add calls to action in these. So if you, let's say, for example, you want to put one of these on your website and you also offer a free trial, one popular thing to do is, as you see on the screen, put in a CTA that says, hey, do you want to start your free trial? It turns out that the conversion rates into free trials or free offers from an interactive demo far exceed not having the demo. And I'll give you the conversion rate argument again in a moment. These are designed to be relatively short. If you were thinking about this like a video, our counsel always was, for a video on a homepage or a video on a product page, it cannot be more than 2 minutes. And by the way, if you have more than 2 minutes on your website, maybe not great, but they're short and to the point. It's kind of the same thing here. These are 10 to 15 steps typically. You can see the steps, and the visitor, the user of this, can walk their way through it. They interact with it, and it looks like they're kind of playing with it. So that's how that all works. Let me show you a sort of a quick example. This is one of our clients, company out there, Quantimetric. They do product analytics. They use interactive demo technology on their website, and they, like many companies are starting to have, they have what I'll call a demo center. Actually, these are all found in their resources page, but you can filter on, give me all of the interactive demos or product tours that you have. And so you go to their resource page, you pick the demo that you want, and then you see that little demo application with the right guidance to say, hey, here's why this is cool, here's what's neat, here's what we want you to look at, here's what we want you to walk away with. This is the reason why, one of the reasons why I'm such a fan of this technology. And these are the kind of numbers that we hear again and again and again and again. I hear them from the users of the technology, I hear them from the vendors of the technology, in the conversations I have. The conversion rates, when these are used, far exceed anything else that's on the website. And they work way better than the get a demo thing. They drive more engagement, a lot more engagement than the videos do, and they're a heck of a lot easier to create. So, good for the marketing department, makes life a lot easier. But don't think of this only as a marketing thing. Think about it in terms of your time. How many times does the SE get asked to do the first demo? And whether it's an SE or it's an AE, somebody gets asked to do this really easy, simple, hey, here's proof that we're alive kind of demo. What if you didn't have to do that? What if you could get that done either on the website or sent out as part of a campaign? So there's a benefit here, not only to the marketing department who gets leads or better signals of intent, but it's a time saver for sales and for pre-sales. Why do I love this technology? Part 6, we did a survey and buyers told us, or we asked the buyers, what's the most useful content on your website from the providers you bought something from? The most useful content, interactive product demo. Now, yeah, it tied for first with product brief in the single answer, but when you ask the top 3, interactive product demo. I felt very seen when we got this data. It was, thrilling to me as the person that primarily covers this. So, I'm not fooling around. I'm not making it up. And here's actual numbers that prove the efficacy of what we're talking about here. I talked before about, hey, there's a bunch of ways to create these. And again, I don't want to go into a deep technical dive. There are other folks that can do that, and lots of ways to find it out. But very simply, the column on the left here that you see represents the variety of ways that you can create an interactive demo or interactive product experience, however you want to think about it. And they range, and it's kind of from simple to complex. And there's a lot of baggage that goes along with it, but think of it from simple to complex. I can create an interactive video. I can give somebody a way to kind of pick their path through what they want and assemble a thing and let them see it all the way through. I could do an overlay on my production system, but I can fill it with synthetic data and make it easy to change, that kind of stuff. So lots of ways to do this. And as I suggested, as you go from easier to create to harder to create, and by the way, even interactive video, the demo itself is easy, but you still got to create the video. So there's still some work to be done there. But generally speaking, if you go down the list, you go from easier to create and generally speaking, lower price most of the time, to harder to create, higher price. But the thing that changes also is the fidelity of the product experience. As you go down that list, it becomes more and more like the real product. And that's important to think about because it starts to give you an idea of when and how you use the different technologies. So if you start with the lowest fidelity type of product, that may be great for telling the story for higher level buyers. Let's explain what it is. Let's show the value of it at a high level. but we want higher fidelity experiences when we do live demos, when we want to show context, when we want to show vertical examples, stuff like that, and when we want people to interact with it sometimes. So there is this range of capability that should be applied across different parts, different points in the buying process. That's really important to think about as you and when you or if you start considering, hey, I believe what David's saying. I want to buy into this. Where do I start? Well, you got to think about how you're going to lay it in to the different points and parts along the buyer journey. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But another example, and this steals a screen from a Databricks demo, as you can see. I think everybody knows Databricks. Their example was more sales side. So they deployed what they called a proof of value in a box to 500 plus sales engineers. And think about it. These are people who normally would have had to go out and create something or gen up an application, fill it with data, get it ready, pray that it work, all that kind of stuff. But also was, sort of a crutch that led them to POCs very quickly. And it's funny, I've had a number of conversations with vendors recently who are going to the POC really early in the buying process. And even though we know that buyers have to get to a proof of value, you only really want to do it when they're qualified, when you've qualified them in or they qualified themselves in. But doing this was able to overcome this reliance on let's just go to the POC, that kind of thing. So not only did it do that, it shortened the sales cycle or accelerated the technical win time or the time it took to get from the technical win to onboarding, and amazingly saved tons and tons of time for the SEs every time they had to enable a new customer. So talking about product experiences, I showed you the stat on from the website perspective, what's most valuable. When we ask buyers, and this is specifically with respect to AI, I hear AI is pretty popular. I hear it's a thing. So more than likely, you all have either AI infused products or AI native products, or you're going to have them or something like that. Well, if you want to get your prospects or buyers engaged, you're going to have to give them product experiences. And so when we ask buyers, what was valuable to you in making a decision to adopt, proof of value, number one by far. But in the top 10 choices, look at in orange, you can see the list of the product experiences that also are found valuable. And it's a range. And as we said before, they range from doing the contextual POV to a free trial, to freemium, to self-service, this, that, the other thing. The point is, you're going to be doing these, and you're going to be doing a number of them. And in particular with AI, since frankly, not many people understand how it works or if it works, and I'm simplifying things, but that's what we hear and see also, you got to show them. It's absolutely a show me kind of technology. So an example of that, and I'm not saying anything out of school, Salesforce has talked about this publicly, but Salesforce uses a range of product experiences throughout the buying process, starting at a high level to do the things we talked about, to help prospects self-qualify. So a little bit of discovery work with a pick your own adventure kind of a model. And that moves to a little bit more sophisticated product tour. So let's take a look at exactly what the product looks like. How does it work? What does it do? Let's show you this, show you that. Maybe we show different use cases in different product tours or interactive demos. And then ultimately, because they know that people need and want to put their hands on it, they have been providing a demo instance. That's going to become more of a sandboxy simulation kind of thing. But point being, they got the religion. We need a bunch of product experiences that we can deliver much more easily throughout the buying process, so we can discover more about the buyers and let them buy the way that they want. Summarize a bunch of the benefits here, both from the marketing and the sales side. And I've touched on a lot of these, but I think it's important, if you want to make business cases for this, the technology becomes pervasive in organizations. So I think you kind of have to understand where and how it can be used best and what the returns are. So from a marketing standpoint, I talked about increased conversion rates, lifts in terms of free trial signups, reductions in client acquisition costs, makes it a lot easier, faster, cheaper to acquire clients. But on the sales side, also great benefits. Close rates increase. The 36% of the leads that came in through interactive demo became a qualified opportunity. And you saw the stat before, the sales process shrinkage time. I've seen that 30 to 40% number numerous times among my clients. And then from a pre-sales perspective, I didn't write up numbers here specifically, but I've seen them and I've heard them. Actually, you did see one number before about time savings. So typically huge savings on demo prep time, cost savings on not having to run production demo tenants. That's a thing. And obviously all of the resources associated with doing this stuff. So those are the benefits. And, I paint this amazing rosy picture of the way that this all works, but not everything is perfect. Things can go wrong. Now, the good news about this technology is that generally speaking, most of the time, it's not the technology that is the problem, it's the implementation of the technology. So, I've seen some bad actors and some bad examples. So just some very high level guidance on this stuff is don't confuse people with it. And it kind of goes in hand with don't go too long. So sometimes when somebody goes and puts a demo on their web or interactive demo on their website, they take what you all might have built. So they take an SE built demo and throw it on the website and say, here, users, go. Not the way to do it. I mean, what you're doing, particularly when you put it on the website, is you're telling the story through the demo. So you've got to actually do that. You've got to provide the right guidance, show them what's hot, lead them along, let them interact with it, but show them the cool stuff. Good news is you can use multiples of these things in demo centers to do that. More about that in a sec. But don't confuse people in terms of what they should be seeing and understanding, and don't spend an inordinately long time doing it. I've seen demos that are 80 clicks. No one's hanging around for 80 clicks. And there is data that says, look, everything falls off, somewhere around 20, if not sooner. So they can't be too long, but again, you can have multiples of them and that technique works. Question I get all the time from the marketing departments who I want my MQLs, is should we gate these? And generally my answer is no, but I know that people want data. So pro tip, don't gate at the front end. Wait a few steps, give people some value, then ask for their email address, ask them a couple of questions, but don't prevent people from seeing your value. There are other tips and tricks we can get into another time. But now I want to wrap this up by talking about, okay, given all of that, and hopefully you all buy into how amazing this stuff is and how wonderful it is and all of that. How do you think about it? What should you consider? So I'm interested in it. What steps should I take? How do I consider products, vendors, all that kind of stuff? So one thing to think of, and I mentioned this before, that this is a very versatile technology. I've been talking primarily because of who I'm speaking to about the sales and the marketing use cases, but there are product management use cases. There's customer success use cases. There's a variety of ways to use this technology. And most of the time, regardless of where the technology starts in an organization, it goes to other places. And I've seen it start in marketing, go to sales. I've seen vice versa. Now, I've also seen instances where those two worlds never meet, which is more of an organizational problem than a technology problem. But the reason I put this here is, if you're the one bringing it into your organization, spend a minute to think about where else and how else could this be used? Because if it is picked up by others, then you want to think about products that work well across all of the different use cases that you have here. And you can see on the right that it's, this is kind of the short list of the most popular use cases that we see. Okay. So lots of use cases. It turns out that there are lots of vendors in this market. I typically say that there are over 40, and I had said this to someone a couple of weeks ago, and they said, dude, go on Product Hunt. There's like 100. Okay, but there's a lot. There may be a lot. There are 40 that matter, and even within that, there are probably about 20 that have some degree of gravity. Let's put it that way. And so, if you're going to try to differentiate among all of these, a bunch of places to start. Some of it is what you'd expect. is, I want to work with a vendor that's going to be around for a while, so they've got stability. They've done this before. They've got implementations like the one I want to create. They know the technology. They know how to implement the technology. They know the tips and the tricks and the hints and all of that. And they're enterprise ready, which could mean a whole variety of things, from providing professional services to having security to all the right security and SOC compliance and all of that. My view of the world is particularly if you're a large company and you have a demo program and somebody that's running it, you got to think about these multiple product experiences and having products that fit all of those. But even if you're not a large company, I think you got to think carefully about what type suits your needs across the buying process. And then there are much more granular criteria to think of, like how good is the product and the company at collecting the analytics? Because remember, important source of first-party data, that's huge. What degree, or to what degree, can I customize the way this works? Because my application is wackadoodle. I've got some crazy scripting that nothing's going to be able to copy well. Can I customize in order to address that and still create an easy, fast demo? Is it integrated to the things I need to integrate with, such as CRM, such as marketing automation, all of that? Can I create demo centers? Synthetic data to me is a big thing. I'm going to talk more about that in a second. A little bit more on the requirements by use case. And this is, again, a very simple cut. Marketing tends to want fast and cheap. Sales needs higher fidelity, wants discovery aid, wants to provide leave behinds, and basically looks for ease of creation, but not for the same kind of thing that the marketing use cases support. And then, some other key elements, including AI. So let's spend the last couple of minutes here talking about the impact of AI on this space. So if you look at it, what's happened over the last couple of years. So like every other technology, AI and Gen AI has invaded the product experience interactive demo tech and space. And it started, and it's still continuing, with providing translation. So numerous vendors can auto-magically get their demo guidance and so on into 10, 20, whatever different languages. They can voice over the guidance. Sometimes they can provide an avatar that says that guidance. The jury's still out on how effective that is or not. Auto-creating the scripting that goes along with it. In some cases, auto-creating the screens. Hey, feed it your product information, and I'll generate an initial set of screens that might tell the story correctly. That gets into the demo generation element of this a little bit. Synthetic data, as I alluded to a moment ago, I think is incredibly important, particularly for you all that have to create a lot of demos and actually have to fill them with data that makes sense. Now, you can spend hours typing and doing whatever, or you can go and create your own data tables and so on. That's pretty difficult. But imagine if you had an interactive demo and you had a prompt that you could say, I need, today the demo is focused on hospitality in the UK. Tomorrow, I need it focused on oil and gas in Germany. And I give it that prompt, and auto-magically it's filled with the right demo data, the numbers change, the graphs work, the language is right, all that sort of stuff. So those two things are conspiring and coming together to get us to a point where I think we're going to be in a world where it makes it a lot easier to generate, fairly sophisticated demos through AI. In fact, I think that the impact of AI is going to change the way that the products in this market operate, and the market as a whole over the next year. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do something now, but generally speaking, what's going to happen is AI is going to make demo creation easier for all of you. And it's also going to enable the buyers by making the demo a centerpiece of interaction on the website in particular, but in general. So let me close out. Quick guidance. You believe what I said, then a bunch of jobs for you. So next week you get up, try one of the products. If you haven't tried one, just sign up. There are like 5 that offer freemium. Try it out, see how it works, because it's really hard to, even with all my wonderful pictures, it's kind of hard to understand how it works and what it does without actually seeing it. So try it out, and then start thinking about the best ways to use this, regardless of use case. And then go deeper. Start looking at your buyer journey. Where can this tech match up with the instances at which you need to show the buyer things? And as we said, it's in a bunch of different places. Meet with your peers, talk about where is this best fit? Where can we use it the best advantage? Where's our most pain? Create a long list and then select, we hope, if you're a Gartner client, call us up. We can help you with this. There's a whole bunch of research that we have on this. There's myself and a couple of other people that follow it. I talk about it all the time. Reprise people are probably tired of me. Maybe not. Maybe they're not tired of me talking about it. But anyway, thanks very much for listening. And now I know I'm a minute late. I'm going to turn it back to Greer, I believe.
Thanks so much, David. We have some really good questions coming in the chat and in the Q&A. So we have a couple minutes, wanted to run a few by you. We'll see how many we can get to here. We had two that kind of have to do with engagement with the demo and adoption. So I'll just run those two questions by you. Maybe you can answer them together. So
yeah.
The first is, how can we improve adoption of our interactive demos? Currently, our demos are hosted on product pages behind a gated form, but even if visitors access them, the engagement remains low. That's the first one. The second one, through these interactive demo experiences, how can we gauge the customer's interest in specific features and their intent towards solutions that address their key pain points? So I think those loosely are related there. We'll love your answer.
Close enough. Thanks. So yeah, so I think the first question answered itself. If you put it behind a gate, nobody's going to engage with it. I think pretty straightforward. Now, like I said, I think you can be cagey about it. So, for websites, there's typically a best practice of, and I don't know how in that person's example it's being marketed on the website, but best practice, show it off. There should be a CTA above, at least one CTA above the fold saying, hey, look at our product or demo, whatever you call it, but hey, we have it, go look at it. And then you can have the demo in one or more places. It can be below the fold. It can be on the product pages, but don't gate it. The same way I would say, don't gate an explainer video. Don't gate the 2-minute video about your product. You got to make it easier for buyers. So again, there are good ways to do that and still get information. Don't gate it. And then the second question was, how do we leverage this wonderful world of intent data that, or information of what people are interested in feature-wise with these things. So I've talked about the notion of demo center. Even if you don't have a demo center, if you have those demos on the product pages, and even if you don't give somebody a form to fill out, there are ways to figure out who that person is. There's de-anonymization, there's enrichment, so on. So you can do that. But if you do have a demo center, then to me, that's the best way of creating multiple demos that show off particular features, particular use cases, focus on particular roles. And because each of those collects data that everybody clicked through or looked at, which screens, how much time, all of that, what CTAs did they follow, that becomes, it's very similar to if you offered a free trial and somebody worked the product and you picked up the product analytics from it, it's similar in value. So yeah, I think that's the best way to do that.
Actually, someone just was, I think, responding to that also along the same train of thought here on the interactivity here. We have a question. Is there a click number sweet spot? How do people respond the most on getting to the interactive demo? Wondering on trying to lower the barrier as much as possible and make it accessible and easily reachable.
Yeah, I mean, sweet spot tends to be 10 to 15 clicks per demo. Doesn't mean you're only ever relegated to that. So tricky ways to get around that. If one demo is 15, towards the end of it, say, would you like to see another one? You want to see our demo on X, and go to the next one. Or you do it as a demo center. But yeah, typically the shorter the better. Again, the thing to think about in your head, the reference model is the 1-minute video.
Yeah.
2-minute video. Same kind of restriction, works the same way here.
Great, thank you. Another question. So switching over to AI, you spoke about that a little bit. I think this is an interesting question, a little bit more forward-looking. The data presented showed that interactive demos drive higher engagement, but how do you separate surface level clicks from real product understanding that drives retention? And do you see AI enabling demos to dynamically adapt per persona in real time, or is that still a few years away?
I don't know about it. I'm going to try to answer it backwards. I don't think it's a few years away, maybe from a mass market standpoint, but technically, I think it's less than a year away. So LLMs can already work applications. So you can reach in and can do things and that sort of thing. So I don't think it's far off where you could give a prompt, or even if you don't give a prompt, I have a thing, say I have a demo on my website, or even if I were in a live demo with someone, and the prospective buyer asks a question, hey, I want to see this, or this is a scenario, or this is a particular feature. I don't think there's any question that the demo, the product, the whatever, will be able to do that. And we'll be able to do that in the near future. I think it's a little bit longer, again, before that becomes an experience. But I absolutely think we'll get there. In fact, I sort of like I alluded to, I think you could make an argument that the website and the demo become inseparable. And in fact, the demo for SaaS companies in particular, the demo is the thing that leads the conversations that, with AI in the background, goes and fetches the case study that's relative to the use case that you're showing, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I absolutely think that that's coming.
Fabulous. Okay, here's another question coming in. Can you talk a little bit more about what defines a successful proof of value from a buyer's perspective?
Yeah, I'll do it in a way that probably the person that asked it doesn't want to hear. I mean, it's got a typically a proof of value, and I say proof of value, not proof of concept, because at the point in time you want to do this, it's really about showing the prospect your product in their context, in the way that they're going to use it, with their data or something very much like it, so that they literally see the value in their own context. So if you accept that definition, then the success criteria is they put it through the paces and the metrics that they set, and the metrics for a POV have to relate to the value that they expect to see from the application, or this prototypical version of that application. So the metrics are going to be different, depending upon the product, the use case, all of that. But success means it did what the buyer expected it to do in that contained prototype, POV, etc.
Okay. Along the lines of looking at the metrics, we have a question. How do your stats hold up across market segments for high-end enterprise sales, for example, 6 to 7 figure sales? I find prospects prefer or even demand more personal interaction and won't engage with an autopilot experience.
Yeah, I mean, again, the reason I talk about range of product experiences is I think you need a bunch. So, buying teams have, on average, especially for deals like that, buying teams are going to have 10 people on them, maybe more. And those 10 people are, and I realize not every one of those 10 makes the buying decision. Usually there's about 2. But those people are going to want to consume things a little bit differently. So I don't think there's anything wrong with offering the self-service version of it. But we all know, and you saw it with the product experience slide that had the light blue boulders and the dark blue boulders. Some of them can be self-serve, but a bunch of them are going to be real and live. And the longer you get into the sales process, the more it's live, quote unquote, real. But also think about it in terms of the demo being able to sell for you when you're not there. So one of the cool things about the technology is if you send it by URL and you say, look, here's a representation of what our thing is and how it works, and maybe it's even tailored to their specific use case. Maybe they send it to 2 other people. I don't want to see this, but Phil and Bob and Sarah want to see it. Well, if they send it to them, you get their names, you get their data, and so on. So, somewhere in that sea of 10 or so people, I'm sure self-serve is useful, but I don't mean exclusively self-serve.
Okay. Great. I think we're kind of towards the end here, probably time for one or two more questions. Here's one. Looking ahead 5 years, do you think that the demo as we know it will even exist, or will it evolve into something fundamentally different? Where do you see it going?
If I believe everything I just said about the AI impact on this, I think, and sort of it goes against what we just talked about with self-serve, but so I think two things. One is that self-serve becomes even more robust, where I'm interacting with something that sounds a lot more like a human. So think about what you do with a really good chat bot today, but where it's intuitive and it's bringing you more information and it's doing things in your context. So that's one half of it. So that side of it, changes, I think, pretty markedly, like I talked about. It's hard for me to believe that we won't do demos, but I think things just get progressively easier. On the live side of it, I guess what we're going to demo is going to be different also. So, again, if we think that agents and agentic are taken up to the degree that we think they're going to be taken up, then demos become much less about feature, function, how do I do this, how do I use that, and here's what the outcome is. Here's what the process looks like. Maybe for the technical people, here's what happened behind the scenes, but more about the outcome than how I use it, because there's going to be much less tools for people to use.
Yeah, well, it'll be fun to see what takes shape over the next 5 years. Well, thank you so much. We're at time for our Q&A. So if we did not get to your question, we'll do our best to follow up after the event. And like we said, this will be recorded. So you can look for that if you joined us late or have to hop in and out. Well, thank you, David, for the insightful session. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thanks more for the questions.
Thank you. And just a reminder to anyone just joining, our chat is open for comments or questions. And like I said, everything's going to be recorded today and we'll share it out after the event. With that said, next up, we have our first panel of the day. It is called Demo-Led Growth, What the Best Teams Do Differently. Please welcome our host, Evan Powell. He's CRO and co-founder here at Reprise. And our panelists, we have Mike McGinnis. He is a self-described serial CRO from companies like QuickBase, Veracode, and HP. We have Bryn Bryson, senior demo architect at iCIMS. And we have Rachel Tillman, senior AVP of Solutions Consulting at Braze. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much, Greer. I'm excited to be here and be our first panel for today. Have we moved Rachel over? Nope, not yet. Okay. We've got a great array of perspectives on this panel, going from sales to sales engineering to Bryn is part of a growing group of professionals who are focused on demo engineering and demo excellence, which is really awesome to see. I'm going to start with, we titled this panel Demo-Led Growth. Is that something people would be interested in? And everyone kind of jumped in and said, yes, I think that's something that we would want to talk about. And so I'm curious, what that means to you all. And so I'll start with Bryn. Bryn, when you think about demo-led growth, what does that mean for you and iCIMS?
Yeah, so I'm happy to be here. For demo-led growth, and just to give a bit of context to what Evan said before, I'm on a team called Solution Experience. And so essentially, we are focusing on how can we deliver the best demo? How can we tell the best story? And so we are always thinking about demos first. I have been historically a solution consultant, so I do know a lot that's going on with the sales cycle, but we are focused on making sure that we're getting in front of the right people with the right information, showing the right thing, showing what they care about. So we have a lot that we've started integrating into our demo program. And so I'm just excited to explore more about the nitty-gritty of all of that.
Awesome. And Rachel, I think we were having a couple of technical things getting you on front and center, but we were talking about what demo-led growth means to you. And I know in some of our conversations you'd mentioned, you see demos as a great way to kind of build a unified perspective. Can you tell me a little bit about how you think about that at Braze?
Yeah, of course. So thanks everybody. At Braze, we've really had the conversation of demos as an opportunity to build consensus against multiple teams, especially when we're selling in the enterprise. We have multiple parties, multiple stakeholders, each with different competing interests or goals or problems we're trying to solve. And one of the most important things that we see is the opportunity to actually weave each of those problems together when we're solving them in a demo. So whether that means just very tactically addressing like, hey, Mike needed to see this and Bryn needed to see this, but also what it looks like to kind of provide the solution that meets those things together, really is where I see things start to hum. And I see the demos really start to become not just a how to use a platform or not just here's what the platform is, but you start to actually see it solving a problem in real time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's so much. I mean, I think, we all see this, right? It's buyers have an expectation now. It's not 2012 when I first started selling SaaS and it was, what is software? Can you help me? It's how does this work? Show me the bottom line. And Mike, I'm curious from your experience in sales. I mean, you've seen this kind of evolve. When you think about leading with the demo, how does that work for the sales team?
Yeah, thanks, Evan. Good to see everybody. And as you mentioned, I've been a sales leader for a long time, 30 years, well before 2012, Evan. And I've worked at companies where it was, 4 demos a week, sort of lead with the demo, all the way to don't demo until as late as possible in the process, and for varying reasons. What I see today, though, is that customers are much more sophisticated. They've had time with your competitors, probably your products in some way or another, certainly on your website, and they very much want to see as early as possible in the first call, how can this product help me? And they understand it's a journey. They're going to learn a little bit in the first call and more in the second, and dig really deep in later stages, but they want to see the product, and they want to get off that first call saying, oh, that was interesting. I can see how that might be able to help me. I have more questions. Let's move on to the next stage. I think the days of the 2 or 3 calls before the product ever becomes front and center are over. Customers just don't have the time and patience for that.
Yeah, and I'm curious if that's what you all are seeing at your organizations as well, Bryn and Rachel, because we just did at Reprise a survey of sales professionals, and one of the questions that we asked was, how are you doing a demo on the first call? And only 1 in 4 said yes. So I'm curious what you're seeing. One, is that right? And there are tons. I mean, that's a sales LinkedIn fight waiting to happen. But 2, like what are your perspectives at iCIMS and Braze, and how are you approaching this?
So this is an interesting one because at iCIMS, we sell an applicant tracking system as like our main system. And it really depends on the tenure and the comfortability of the folks early on in the sales cycle. So you may have an SDR or an AE that is super comfortable just saying, like, yeah, let me hop into the system and show you a couple quick things. But we in Solution Experience wanted to be able to enable them and provide them a quick way of demoing that you don't really know how to get into a demo site. So we have evolved our demo program all the way from interactive website demos for those folks. We just keep hearing, I want to put my hands in it. I want a self-led tour. I want to experience it myself. So we use things like Reprise. Well, we use Reprise for the interactive website demos, and we do have a bit more of options for those early conversations. For example, we have something called an experience vault. So that is a PowerPoint presentation of screen recordings that can be downloaded, especially if you're at an on-site or an event, that, hey, you just want to get a quick visual of what this one thing does. Let me just pop into that. So we provide the material so that they can talk over what's playing, so that they can just give a teaser. It's just an appetizer. It's not a live demo. It's nothing crazy. But then we also, a really interesting concept that one of our teams brought to life was what we call the business challenge framework. And so our team built a replay that has essentially a launch pad that if you're hearing business challenges in those early conversations, you can click into whatever they're experiencing and kind of just give them a really quick stop here, stop here, stop here. And it just shows them we can solve this. This is where we can dive into it more, but just to give some comfort that we can address that specific business challenge. So we've built out a lot on the front, but the adoption of those materials really depends on just the experience of the reps and the comfortability there.
Yeah. I'll add maybe two thoughts. One, so Braze sells marketing and customer engagement software, and we pride ourselves on ease of use. So much so that all AEs have access to a demo environment and platform. So to answer your question, Evan, do we give a demo on first call? You can if you feel like it's the right thing to do. Everybody has access to the platform. You don't need a solutions consultant or solutions engineer to get that access. So we have democratized that a little bit. The other thing that we're really seeing is a much more educated buyer coming into the cycle. So they have probably already watched online demos. Technically, also at Braze, you can sign up for a free trial, like 2 weeks free use of the platform to click around. You can't actually like send marketing messages with it, but you can play around, build campaigns, things like that. So there's a chance that by the time we're talking to them, they've done enough of their own research that they've been in a platform. They've also probably been in a platform similar to Braze, because to send emails or text messages to your customers, you're probably doing a level of that today. We're not starting from zero. And so all three of those things mean that we have a much more educated customer by the time they're coming to us. And where I really see the demo making an impact is when we find the problem that we're solving, because they've probably answered a lot of their questions on their own already. And it's our job to now dig in and say, well, why would you change, or why would you switch, or what is it that you can't do today that we then need to go craft beyond what's kind of publicly available or just generally assumptive based on research.
And that's such a good point, because you bring up the concept of discovery. And I think that's where, at least in the sales community, this tension shows up is, well, I can't do a demo on the first call because I haven't done discovery. And I know, Mike, you've been speaking a lot. I think you recently published an article with us about this whole tension around demo and discovery. Curious to get your perspective on that from the sales side of, a sales rep says, well, I can't show the product because I haven't asked questions yet, kind of thing.
Yeah, again, I mentioned the 4 demos a week idea. I was at PTC in the early days, and that as a salesperson, that was the mantra: 4 demos a week. It didn't mean we didn't do discovery, right? The whole medic thing was invented at PTC, but I found it a great place to do, a great way to do discovery, where you're showing up the product and a good demonstration, but I'll call it a canned demonstration. But when you see a reaction and you're able to say, well, what you seem to like that or not like that. How do you do it today? And you're kind of going through the whole discovery process. It turns into a give and take in that call, much more so than me firing questions at the customer. And they do, by the way, they appreciate discovery, because if you do it right, then you're demonstrating an interest in their business. But at the same time, they want to see the product. And if you can do, I call it discostration, right? If you can do discovery and demonstration at the same time, then everybody gets off the call feeling like, okay, I learned something here and I advanced my process.
Right. And I think, Bryn, that kind of aligns with what you're doing in that sort of business case framework in your demos, where it sounds like at iCIMS you're asking those questions and that's directing where the demo goes mid-demo.
Yeah, there's a lot of pivoting. And the interesting thing about us is that we have a ton of different personas. So we can show a lot without really even showing under the hood. There is so much to our software. There's so many different users that would use it on a daily basis. So the interesting thing too is that we don't do anything for one purpose. So those types of interactive website demos, easy to pivot, high level materials that we provide for those early conversations can down the road be used for enablement of your stakeholders. Your champion can take that resource so that they can socialize it internally on your behalf. Maybe you're not getting a chance to sit down with all the decision makers or all the different users that are going to use the software. You can provide them a link to that, leave behind that you may have showed it. Sometimes it's like a send ahead, leave behind, and they can use that for their purposes internally to start swaying some of the internal folks.
Yeah, no, I think that's huge. Is getting in the room when you're not in the room kind of thing, and makes a lot of sense. And Pratik in chat just asked a question that was actually the next question I had on my list. So we're all kind of thinking the same way here, which is, how do you measure the success of your demo program? How do you think about whether or not this is working? And I'll put that to anyone who wants to jump in, and I'm sure there'll be some conversation there.
Yeah, I'll start that. We look at we do use like time tracking and things like that for solutions consultants. So very tactically on a metrics component, like we look at what type of demo was it? Was it, an RFP response demo, or was it a art of the possible demo? Was it did we have a dry run? Did we how many demos did we give in a deal cycle? One of the really interesting things we found is actually two things on the metrics front. One is if we have a dry run, our chance of winning the deal significantly increases, regardless of like who gives the demo or what the AE SolCon like combination is. But that dry runs and actually practicing what we're going to show, even if we need to take a pivot, really helps. The other thing that we've really found that is impactful is there's actually a tipping point where we've given too many demos. Like we've been in a cycle, and you keep meeting with a customer and you keep demoing, especially in enterprise cycles. That's valuable if we're introducing new stakeholders or something has dramatically changed or we need to revisit something. But most of the time, anytime we tip past this kind of sweet spot of how many demos we've given, more demos don't equal success. So that means that we're really looking internally to say, how do we make the most of this time? The final thing I look for is how much we're talking versus learning during a demo. Like, are we talking, we use a platform that tells us, hey, you talked for 70% of the demo, or you talked for 30% of it. And how much is your customer engaging at what cadence? That's another really good indication for us that we're getting good engagement from the demo. And then therefore, typically, if we're getting good engagement, it's typically landing.
That's awesome. And I'm sure a bunch of folks are taking notes. That sounds like you've really built that out. I'm curious from Bryn and Mike's perspective, how do you all think about measuring the success here?
Well, I'll just quickly from a configuration standpoint, because I'm thinking of how much work was it to get the demo set up compared to, the outcome of the deal. We are looking at specifically, we can talk about sandboxes later because they're a whole nother beast, but for demo specific configurations, we're tracking metrics we're also time tracking solution consultants prep time, but also our solution experience team. We have an awesome demo site engineer that he helps with anything and everything configuration. And so if he's doing all these tiny adjustments and we're tracking that time, and we're thinking about how much work he's put into it compared to the effectiveness, did that land? Did that get communicated properly? That like, hey, this isn't standard, we configured this for you. If that message is getting across, then it's very impactful. But if he's making all types of changes and he's configuring things and it's not landing, then is that worth his time? Is the juice worth that squeeze? And the same thing with just branding in general. So we're thinking of things on my level more like that, just how much we want them to see themselves in the product. We want them to feel connected to it. We want to use the discovery notes of how their workflows would, work in the system. But we also don't want to basically do a proof of concept or a tiny implementation for them. And it's not landing and it's not moving the needle when it comes to closing the opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm glad the question came, Pratik. If as a CRO, what I care about is, if you start at the top of the funnel, I care about conversion rates. So let's follow the sales process. Are we converting from stage to stage to stage? How quickly are we converting? How long are we dwelling in one stage versus getting to the next stage? Is our process working? So conversion rates, velocity, ultimately the objective is increased revenue. And so, we want to keep sort of measuring that process and leveraging how demos can improve the productivity of both sellers and our solution consultants along the way. I always viewed the solution consultants as an incredibly valuable resource that's hard to grow and hard to replace. So how do you optimize that? And so those are the things really that I look at. Rachel, I thought your comment about once you get over a certain tipping point of demos, you actually have a lower conversion rate. And what instantly popped into my mind there is that you don't have a champion, you have a coach. So you have somebody who is excited about your product and trying to get it bought. And so they're rallying different demos and bringing different constituencies in the room, but they just don't have the power within the organization to get a deal actually done. And so that's just an interesting sign that when you get to that point, you start to say, all right, how do we go back in, rewind the sales process and maybe develop a different champion?
Yeah, no, that makes so much sense. I mean, ultimately, right, it's all about driving revenue, and all of these metrics are feeding to driving revenue. And so it's interesting to have that sales take, because for anyone in the audience who's trying to figure out how to put together a demo program, all the metrics, it sounds like from talking to everyone here, are really driving towards that are we closing deals? I'm looking at ways to see if the demos are helping us close deals. I'm curious too, because I heard this, I think from Bryn and from Mike just now on, well, the demo changes a little bit as we move through the funnel. How do you all think about that? Like, what are the different types of demos you're doing at your organizations or that you've seen as the sales process changes?
So I think I've kind of teased a couple of the different types of demonstrations that we find ourselves in. It's really nuanced between the prospect side and the customer side, because our customer base is also a very important part of our sales cycle, and we have a designated solution consultant team just for customers. So we try to integrate as much self-led that we can so that they can get into the exploration phase. And then there is a very meaty chunk in the center of live product, talking about integrations, because an applicant tracking system is a very complex part of the recruiting cycle. It's got to plug in a lot of different places. So just understanding the viability of all the different connectors that are required. So there's a good chunk of the sales process that's taken up there. The first part is kind of like, and of course it depends on market, which is true everywhere. But then at the very end, it really just depends on the buyer. Some prospects are like, yeah, we're good. We've seen, the difference in the competitors. We've already used this ATS. This one looks better for our pain points over here. But it sometimes can border, and I think I see a couple of the chats moving into this too. Sometimes it almost moves into training. So like Rachel said, like, pumping the brakes. And even this week, we've been getting a lot of requests to, like, people want to see the back end, the admin experience. And that is a whole training course that we could go into. So it's just like striking the balance of, we're so excited that you want to get your hands in there and that you want to start working on configurations, but let's pause here. Like, let's reevaluate.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of different little touch points that are demo specific. Like, the majority of that time, like I said, was spent in live product. And then maybe there's a couple touch points of leave behinds, let it circulate internally. And then that's kind of where the SD hopefully steps out at our organization.
I like to speak in analogies, and I literally gave this analogy earlier this morning to my team, but we're in a similar spot where there's a lot of different types of demos or flavors of them. So I'm going to ask everyone to bear with me a little bit. And the way I explain it is, our customers, our prospects are coming to us. They're trying to eat at their favorite restaurant or a new restaurant in town. And they're saying, I've heard that this is the best place to eat. And so some people, when they come into the restaurant, they say, give me your best thing on your menu, or the thing that's ordered the most, or your favorite thing. And that's when we get to do an art of the possible. That's when we get to say, like, great, my demo is gonna be this beautifully plated Michelin star, like here's what you're gonna eat, and I'm so excited for you to eat it. We also have prospects or customers come in and they're like, hey, I brought my whole family of 10 people and we each have different dietary restrictions, and I need you to make sure that there's absolutely no nuts because my kid is allergic to nuts. That's where I call it like the Julia Childs method, where the demo now takes on you need some pre-chopped celery and you need maybe, the onions are already cut. So you have the mise en place, like you have all of that sitting in front of you in your demo, and you're going to mix them together live so that they trust you, that you're not putting any nuts in the sauce, because maybe last time they bought software, they had some sort of anaphylactic shock. So we want to make sure we're not doing that, but we're also still making it a story and making it interesting. And then there's two more. One is sometimes you need to go get your ServSafe certification and they want to go look in the kitchen, and that's fine. That's our InfoSec, that's our security team, that's our engineers who are wanting to say, did you clean the kitchen? But what we can't do is have the chef come out to the table and just read a list of ingredients. Like that, it would be wild. Like if the chef came out and was like, I got this butter on aisle 7 at Albertsons. Like it's just one of those things where you're like, okay. And so what we want to do is decide what type of experience we're getting. The POCs to me is a cooking class. That's where they want to come in and they want to, cook with us. And that does require a lot more prep, but it still requires an experience for them. It's not a cooking class where we give them the grocery list and we say, see ya. And so I encourage people to think about like, what kind of customer do you have coming in, and then what kind of demo are we giving?
Yeah,
I love that cooking class analogy. I might steal it. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
yeah, maybe keeping on the analogy front. I mean, I think we all know there are levels of demo that start from the web-based click-through demo that none of us are present for, maybe, and then the initial intro demo that might be a little bit more Harbor Tourish. I look at demos and say, I'll do these demos for free, right? So you call me up, you're the right company, the right title, we'll go, we'll spend the half hour, 45 minutes, hour, whatever it is, and we'll give you these demos for free. But then there are more complex demos that are either answering specific questions or even approaching on POC, or even in some cases, Bryn, training that I need something for, I need to trade something for. So from a sales perspective, I need you to invest some time, right? So if I'm going to invest some time, who on your side is going to also invest the time to help me do this POC or whatever? Or we can definitely do that, but we need to meet with this person in your organization, and whether that person is a subject matter expert or whether they're the economic buyer. I need to trade. This is going to be an investment of resources for me. I think it's worth it for you, and I think it's probably worth it for me. But I need to have this access, into your company in order to do that. And if you're able to kind of get that give and take as you progress, then you are adding to the likelihood that you're going to close that deal, and hopefully accelerating the process because you've met the right people, or you've met the subject matter experts, the security team at your customer site, whatever it is, and you're kind of knocking down the pins you're going to have to knock down in order to win that deal.
And kind of related to that, because that's fantastic, right? Is that we need to use this give to get as we move down the funnel, because the demos, as we've talked about, as David talked about up front, as you move down the funnel, the demos get more involved. Who should be doing these demos at different stages of the process? I know this is another sort of controversial topic, but like who's doing them at the top of the funnel as you move down? And yeah, I'm just curious in your organizations and what you've seen.
Maybe I'll start.
Yeah.
I think all organizations are different and products are different. So as someone, as sales leader, I don't care, right? Whatever's right for your organization. I've been to both. There are certainly cases, I guess my natural tendency is I like the four-legged sales call, where there is a person doing the demo and a seller, let's say, in alongside. And I like it because they should each be active participants in the sales call. I love it when the SE is in total control of the room, and then the AE can chirp in from the back or ask questions or recognize, wow, there was a real reaction to what we just showed them. Let's pause and let's understand why there was such a reaction. And so I love, if you can afford it and if you have that kind of a product, I love that. At the same time, there are products that can be demoed well by an SDR. And so let's arm them with what they need to be able to deliver that demo that more often than not encourages the customer to take the next step.
Yeah, I'll jump in and add that we very much depends on market. Like I said, all AEs have access, so anyone could give a demo if they want to. And I think I boil it down to strategy of like what is, because to me, as we look at, and I think our CRO friend Mike here will agree, the entire sales process is a give get. And so if you're going to give a solutions consultant to a customer, that should be a value added resource. Sometimes that means that, yeah, they should be doing the demo and that's part of the give, but maybe there's also times where strategically we're withholding that, or we're asking for something in return, like getting the right audience on the phone. And so those are moments where, I hate to say it depends, but I would say there's different strategies we can deploy down from, everybody should give the demo to, let's not withhold, but let's be strategic about how we leverage the demo. And then I think the other thing I'll add is what flavor of demo, back to my little chef analogy, are we giving? And I think solutions consultants are especially experts at both the Michelin star, like art of the possible, and the cooking class. Like those are things where they really excel. But if you're just doing like past appetizers, yeah, we probably don't need a solutions consultant.
Yeah, this is an interesting perspective. Also, I love your analogy. I'm such an analogy.
Sorry, I'm just running with it all day.
I'm in it. I'm here for it. As a solution consultant, I've never heard it called that. You said the 4 legs demo, but I loved that back and forth. It was like a choreographed dance with my AE. I knew when they were going to take a pause. I knew when they were going to ask a question. I knew when I could get a drink of water. So that relationship is super important. So this is now where I sit. This is an interesting conversation because I'm just thinking I'll build it so that this team can use it. But the give and the get is so important. And I remember that, but now it's interesting because I'm building the things that are being used as currency in these transactions. Like I'll give you a leave behind, but you have to do this for me. So I agree with everything that's been said on this one.
Awesome. Well, we have 2 minutes left, and I want to get to questions we have in the chat. I know we covered a couple of them here, but from Jeff, he's asking, what have you found is the right amount of show and tell versus discovery and demo? So I think it's an interesting question, and I know like our sales team asked this to me. Like, what do you think is the right balance between discovery and demo, particularly if we're doing that first call, the discostration, like that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's hard to put a percentage on it, but
Right.
with the question thinking, I'd actually say let's say 70 discovery, 30 demonstration. Again, because customers do value that you're asking them questions about their business, and so I wouldn't minimize that. So if we're talking about that initial call, we're just trying to give them a taste of the product that says, "Hey, we really can solve your problem. Let's learn more and go deeper." That's kind of where I would fall.
And Bryn, Rachel, what do you all see?
Yeah, I mean, I see if earlier in a stage cycle, like earlier in the cycle, we want to be learning as much as possible. I think the biggest mistake we can make is not to keep learning as we go further and keep validating, because things change. And I think I empathize a lot with our buyers because I actually used to be one. Like I was a marketer before I sold to marketers. And so I very much know what it's like to be on the other side and be sitting there and like, stuff is changing every day. Like actually buying software is a very small part of my day when I'm sitting in the customer's shoes. It's like maybe it's a couple of hours a week when we're in the thick of it, but like I have so many other things going on, so things change. And so I think that's the biggest piece of advice that I give my team when you're doing these discovery demos is maybe you did great discovery up front and you did that 30-70 and you showed a little bit, you got a lot more information, but as you keep going, you need to validating, like, has this changed? Is this still the way you guys are thinking about it? Have you seen something else that's changed the way you've thought about it? Okay, let's talk about that. And make sure that has such a consistent thread throughout so that by the time you're prescribing them the final solution, it is truly validated and kind of a rock solid example of what you can pass over to your post-sales team.
I don't want to cut you off, Bryn, but unfortunately we are at time. I do want to thank you all for joining us. This has been super interesting for me to sort of hear all these different perspectives on how demos are deployed and how you're growing using demos. Obviously, there's more going on in the chat and more throughout the rest of the day. Definitely connect with everyone here on LinkedIn. I'm sure that they'd be happy.
Thank you, everyone. And as Evan mentioned, you can connect with everyone on LinkedIn. We have put the panelists' accounts in the chat, so you can give them a follow. For those of you just joining us, welcome. As a reminder, all these sessions will be recorded and shared following the event. So be sure to post any comments or questions in the chat, and we'll get to as many as possible today. Next up, we have another incredible panel called Empathy at Scale, Connecting with Prospects in the Digital Age. And because this is all about the human element of selling and connecting with our prospects, we have some fun facts along with these introductions. So I'd like to welcome our panelists for Empathy at Scale. We have Allison 𝐂𝐿𝐒𝐿, Director of Solutions at 𝐂𝐬𝐀. She co-owns a coffee shop in Dallas, Texas called Little Joy Cafe. So if you're local, you should go find Allison and say hi. We have Vinaya Springer, Senior Sales Engineer Manager at Cisco. Vinaya owns more than 450 sneakers and counting, which tracks with your background there, with your sneaker background. We have Nathan Cowan. He's founder and principal consultant at Talmar Consulting. And Nathan adopted a cat at a truck stop. That's fabulous. Love it. Daniel Kish is a VP of product marketing, and he used to have a top secret security clearance. We wish we knew for what, but I'm sure you can share. And finally, we have 𝐿𝐻𝐿 Gutierrez, Head of Platforms Customer Success at Stripe. She is a passionate world traveler, and she just hit countries number 87, 88, and 89 on her latest vacation. Wow. Well, you're in good hands with this group. Allison, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Greer. Hi, everyone. So good to see you again. So we just learned some fun facts, but I want to kind of build off that. So what's something at the beginning of each call that you do to build connection? And Vinaya, I'm actually going to start with you because your background and your fun fact, is that like an immediate connection right there?
It absolutely is, Allison. And so first and foremost, I want to thank you all. It's a blessing to be able to be here on this call with this esteemed panel. But absolutely, when I join calls, especially with those that do not know me, Allison, the first thing they say is, before let's jump in, Vinaya, the shoes, the background, the mindset, etc. Talk to me about that. Different story for a different time, but of how I came about this background. Actually, it was during the pandemic and just addressing mental health issues, right? I was dealing with being in a new house that hadn't had an office in there just yet. And so I wanted to really make it feel like home and feel like me. But as far as, me and how I bring those to the calls, I do exactly what you just did. Before we talk shop, how are you doing today? How are you doing today? Talk to me about your family. How was your weekend? Before we jump in, I want to be able to meet people with where they are. And so how are you doing is such a simple question, but it's such a loaded question. And you never really know how people are going to respond back, but it allows you to allow them to feel disarmed. And it also allows you to feel comfortable in dealing with the conversation itself.
100%. I need to get a better background over here. Just blur. It's so interesting. It's instant. Okay, Nathan, what about you? We have similar backgrounds.
Yeah, no, I was like, people wonder if I'm in an institution or something like that with the bear background. For me, a lot of what I do is make sure that I state why we're there and what I understand about what the customer or prospect is looking for, and then really check in with them about whether that still holds true. I think a lot of empathy and a lot of way of connection is actually making sure that your customers and prospects are not just feel heard, but are actually heard, and giving them evidence that you've heard them and are still looking to make sure they get the most out of any conversation or any demo is actually one of the best ways that I think I build connection and really build that trust.
We also got a chat that said you need to put a picture of your cat as your background.
Well, if I was at my home office, the cat would be like walking across me as I work.
Yana, what about you? How do you build connection just right off the bat?
Yeah, so I have a very similar approach to Vinaya. So my Zoom backgrounds are all pictures I've taken from my vacation. The one behind me right now is the summit of Mount Fuji in Japan. But I also love to, I want to make sure that I'm establishing that human connection. So I do always ask how you're doing, or if we're coming off a weekend or a holiday, I'll ask about that, engage in that. It just allows you to kind of get folks to get comfortable, and as Vinaya said, kind of to start building that trust, especially if it's a new relationship that you're starting off.
I love that. That background is gorgeous. That's the
Yes.
first thing I looked at too. It's beautiful. Daniel, what about you? You have some fun stuff going on back there.
Sure. Yeah. I like, first of all, it's so fun to hear all these ideas. There are a lot of really cool things. The things that work for me are two. One is I like to set the table. And when I set the table, I think it's helpful to say, like, these are the ground rules of, like, I want to show up transparently today. And the second thing is, like, when you show up transparently, this is called the bartering technique, is like, actually do something transparent, demonstrate that. And I think, like, within the first 30 seconds, it's easy to be like, I want to say something very transparent, and then say the thing. And there is instant trust that you can kind of communicate not only with how you operate and how you act, but then how you speak. And so I kind of like this idea of, like, set some ground rules, like, I'm going to be transparent, and then show that in reality within the first 5 minutes of the phone call. And there's a lot that you can do to kind of, like, build that very quickly. So that's one little tip that I use.
I love that. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to be transparent. I have a sick kid home. So if you hear her or you see her, we're all human. Here we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right. So perfect timing. What we're talking about today, we're talking about empathy, right? And how we can bring that to our customers and our prospects and our work. So Nathan, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
What do you think is the value of being empathetic and the value of empathy in the workplace?
Yeah, well, I think there are two different questions, right? So when we think about empathy, my initial reaction is what it means to be a human and what values I want to have. And while that's still the same in the workplace, there are different contexts to it, right? So when we think about empathy, there's certainly what we want to be as people interacting with other people. But there's a really capitalistic nature to it in business, which is, to me, I don't think deals or customer relationships are won on product and price. I think oftentimes they're your ability to match what the product does to what the customer feels that they need. And so empathy, to me, in a business context, is about truly understanding, right? It is not just asking questions like a really bad TV lawyer who is trying to lead somebody to the answer that you want. It's actually asking questions that you might not want to know the answers to, right? It is really trying to understand not just what they do, but what's the impact to them as in their role as a company. And I think that's really the value of empathy, is it allows you to understand where the customer is emanating or operating from, and then adjust what you're doing to address those things. And I think that's the real value in business context.
I love that. I love that. So when you think about empathy at scale, Yana, what does that mean to you?
That's a great question, Allison. I think, and I agree with so much of what Nathan said. I think doing it at scale is not, doesn't mean becoming robotic and you have this blueprint that you completely just replicate. It's being able to understand what's the kind of framework that you can kind of apply, and how are you going to adjust that? So I think you always have a game plan when you're trying to engage with the customer. So, like, what are the leading questions that are going to get me the answers that I need? Like, that's going to lead me to that understanding, right? So you lead from that user's perspective. That's what you do at scale, but you need to understand where you're going to tweak to really drive the insight of your kind of customer. And that's where, to Nathan's point, we're going to get to that understanding.
Ooh, I love a good framework. I love having the framework for empathy. I've never thought about it like that. Does anyone have an example where you have like a true example of genuine empathy and how it kind of changed your relationship? Or maybe you were having kind of a awkward conversation, or Nathan, to your point, asking things they didn't really want to answer or talk about, and how you used empathy to kind of reframe that situation.
So I'll
Yeah,
jump
I mean,
in real
Yeah.
quick, and then
please.
Nathan, definitely for sure. So from an example perspective, I love what Nathan did, and then also Yana. If anybody has read the Let Them book by Mel Robbins, there's a part in there that talks about, so Allison, you talk about frame of reference. And frame of reference is something that can be applicable, whether it's business related, personal, or all the above. Frame of reference doesn't have a context as to when you can use it or how you can use it because it's applicable across the board. So when you're talking about Nathan in regards to setting the tone, right, and understanding from the perspective of a prospect, in my world, that would be a customer, that could be a partner, or that could be just an individual person on my team. Understanding where they're coming from and why they're feeling how they're feeling in regards to a specific solution and why they are very, in this instance, hell bent on going in this direction. There's history that's probably there. There's relationships that are probably there. I work in tech sales. Relationships is king and queen around here. And so if I don't truly understand the nature of the relationship and who they're working with and why they're working with them and why they're positioning it, then it does become to what Nathan and Yana talked about, a me versus them type of conversation versus me putting a framework, Allison, as you just mentioned, around such. So for me, I have a customer scenario. Customer scenario is XYZ customer because I don't want to use the name on here, but the customer had a 10-year relationship with a competitor. So irregardless of how great or how awesome our products were, they were still very hell-bent on regards to that product because of the prior relationship. Framing it in that regard, what I did with my team was did some research. Hey, who do we know on the customer side that can influence? Because there's ways to be able to skin a cat in regards to sell, and everything comes down to relationship and finding that inlet. Once we found that inlet, it wasn't going to be easy and it wasn't going to be something that was going to be done overnight. It took time. Meeting them where they are, right? Frame of reference is understanding part of that, as Allison, meeting them where they are. So in this 10-year period of time, this customer and this competitor have attended ball games together, baseball games, football games. They're in each other's lives from a family perspective. So how can we build that genuine relationship and connection so they understand that we're not just pushy salespeople, but we generally have the best frame of thought in mind for that customer. Long story cut short, over time, we were able to build that relationship the same way the competitor has. And now we have an equal seat at the table in regards to the decisions that are made from a sales perspective. Those same individuals are now going to football games, go Commanders and go Ravens, because I sit in between both places. And it just works best for everybody when it's not just focusing on just the sell and the technology, but more about the person behind who's making that decision.
2 points there. Thank you for sharing. I have friends that got the Let Them tattooed on their arm. And I was like, oh, we're going to the next level. And I also appreciated the queen call out, king and queen. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Daniel, kind of same question for you. Do you have an example where showing that genuine empathy changed a prospect or maybe the deal or a relationship?
Sure. I can actually think back to some time at Gong. When I think about, I heard some really interesting ideas from everybody. The thing that I think about with why empathy matters is empathy is how you win. Nathan talked about you might not have the most superior product. You might not even have the best price. How do you win? Go look at the MarTech guide of 5,000 software companies out there and ask everybody to like name all the vendors. And you're like, it's a crowded sea. How do I win? I win by showing up as a person. And I win by showing up as somebody who has moral fiber and is honest. And I think a good example of that from Gong is we were negotiating really hard on a deal and it became very contentious over the course of time, very competitive dynamic. And eventually the client said, hey, like you promised this, like after all these back and forths, you promised X. And, there was some triangulation between product says something, CS says something, sales says another thing. And eventually our CEO got involved and he said, because we had the power of Gong, we actually went back and found the conversation where we did promise something. And a lot of times, a CEO might say, yeah, I know, we can't do that. We got to win the deal. We got to tank the price. We got to go. And having moral fiber and showing up as an empathetic leader, an empathetic sales team, and somebody who is empathetic with customers and prospects means sometimes owning it and saying, hey, we messed up. That's on us. We're going to take the hit. We're going to do the extra R&D in product. We are going to take the drop on the price. And we're going to still do something that feels right because we had moral fiber about that decision. And so when I think about the value of showing up with empathy, it's business value with differentiation, and it's showing up differently than your competitors, who otherwise might not take those hard choices and do things that might hurt the business a little bit in order to preserve long-term gain.
It's almost like the sister of empathy is authenticity too. Like they have to go hand in hand, or else it's like, what's the point?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd argue you can't be authentic if you don't understand the customer, which is I think what Daniel's really saying is if you want to show up authentically, then you have to have empathy for where that that individual customer and the company's emanating from.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so we're seeing some chats in here about AI. It's a hot topic. So we're going to go ahead and pivot to AI in the time, or empathy in the time of AI. So with all this progress and all the things we keep hearing about AI and automating processes and automating empathy, I've heard on LinkedIn the other day, I was like, oh no. Where do you draw the line between being helpful with your automation and feeling robotic? Who would like to take this one? If you've had any real world experiences, we'd love to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to share. I mean, so one is the caveat is I just turned 50, and both my teenage daughters say that I am way too old to understand AI. So take it with a grain of salt. But as I'm talking to customers, one of the things that I'm really trying to reframe is we're using the concept of artificial intelligence, which means it's just going to create intelligence on its own, and it's not. It's augmented. And so if you're using AI as a, hey, I don't know how to connect with customers, or I don't know what our value proposition is, an LLM is not going to solve that problem for you. And forgive my language, but there is an element of like shit in and shit out. Like if you don't have a good understanding of the customer and you put shit into an LLM, you're going to get shitty messaging coming out of it, right? And so I think when you start to think about empathy as it relates to AI, it's really about how do you augment what you understand about customers. And when you think about it, how do you focus on outcomes that you deliver, right? Versus how you go about doing it. And I think what AI often does is it's antiseptic and says, well, here's our product and here's what we do. And a lot of the messaging will come that way. It doesn't talk about what your world is going to look like without it. If I'm at a company who is solving for sales tracking as an example, right? Like data, we can talk about all the things that it does, but if we don't talk about how your business is better or how your individual job is better at the end of that, then it won't really land. And I think that's what the real challenge is as an individual seller, as a corporate marketer, as a company, is are you using AI to better understand what the impacts are of customers, or are you just using it to list off a bunch of and automate a bunch of the features that you have?
One of the things that you said in that, Nathan, sorry, Allison, but one of the things that you continue to use, Nathan, was the word you, right? Which is I, which is we, which is the human aspect in all of this. When we look at it from the lens of AI is great, it's awesome, but AI is also very scary. And when you are talking to prospects, individuals, your team, your customers, your partners, we cannot miss out on the fact that everybody is looking at AI from a different lens. And so when we talk to our customers and when we talk to our partners, we don't forget the you, the slash, the I, the slash, the we in every conversation. What we're talking about is, hey, how are you using AI in your everyday life? Remove the fact that this is a business meeting. How are you as an individual using AI in every aspect of your life, right? Are you using the different tools that are out there to augment certain situations? Are you using the tools or the chatbots to be able to procreate appropriate emails and responses to such? So the I, the we, and the they in that is extremely important. I always use myself as an example when I'm talking to customers. I work for a technology company. I'm very excited about AI. I'm a human being at the end of the day. I'm also very scared in regards to it because AI is moving so fast, it's moving so quick. And not everyone is open to change, right? Especially change that is going to be different, that is new, and you're not too sure about what the end goal is going to be. from a technical perspective, because I'm in technical sales, I'm excited about it, right? I've seen the different waves that we've gone through from 2000 with the introduction of the internet, 10 years later to the introduction of cloud, 10 years later plus to the introduction of AI. And we have, as a people, have evolved, we have grown, we have seen technological advances that advanced us as a people, how we work, how we live, and how we play. AI is, in my regard, no different than those other technological advancements, but this is going to require us to not forget the human interaction and empathy in all of this. We are seeing massive things happen in the industry, massive layoffs. I remember Chris and I had this discussion in regards to multi-generations entering into the workforce all at the same time. We have geopolitical situations that are happening, environmental situations are happening. There is a lot of shit, to Nathan's point, happening in our world. And AI can help us, but AI is also not going to solve for the things that are happening in this world. And that is where the human aspect comes into this. So I just wanted to chime in real quick on that, Allison, because it's something that I literally was just talking about with a customer last week over dinner. And it was refreshing to hear from their perspective that even though they are this VP of XYZ, they are still dealing with the same thing within their own company and in their own lives.
Thank you so much. I was talking to Jeff Margulies. He's at ServiceNow the other day, and I was like, at the end of the day, as long as the buyer is still a human and not AI, they're still going to need to be sold to by a human.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yana, I'd love to hear your perspective on AI and empathy.
Yeah. AI is a starting point. It always needs that human overlay. I think what you just pointed out, Allison. I look at, and AI can just get wrong answers. I look at our internal LLMs. I look at, you need that kind of human, kind of critical thinking element, right? Because to what Nathan and Emmanuel have pointed out, like what you put into it doesn't mean it's going to spit out the right answer. The way we train our models, is not always kind of going to result in kind of in good answers, honestly. And there are tons of examples out there like that. And so I think you always need that kind of that human overlay that's going to do the interpretation, that's going to kind of look at it with a critical eye. Is this right? I look at, there's an example I'm thinking about, just on internal LLMs when we have reams and reams and reams of documents that the Stripe produces, right, for our users as they're working with our software. And our internal LLMs can sometimes use those docs, and it's going to produce an answer. I'm like, sometimes that answer is mostly right, sometimes it can be a little bit wrong, right? And so you always need that human element to really kind of analyze kind of what's being spit out and then translate it, right? Because how are you going to translate it in a way that your customer is going to really understand? AI can't do that. They don't know what your customer's motivations. They don't know where they're coming from. They don't know their background, and so you really still need that human who can produce that empathy. I have not yet seen an AI model that can produce empathy, or an AI system that can communicate with empathy.
Oh, I love that. Okay, we're gonna do one more around this because we only have 7 minutes left, y'all. Like this is flying through. Daniel, what's one of the biggest mistakes you've seen teams make when trying to automate this empathetic approach? And kind of what we're talking about, it doesn't really seem like you can, but have you seen an example and where it didn't work?
Yeah, I would say on the Venn diagram of AI, automation, and empathy, and where that kind of like intersects in the middle, one of the number one mistakes that I see people make is not defining what accuracy looks like. Perfect example, we use AI for lots of things, but nobody, like a lot of them are judgment tasks, like write me a better email, structure a potential blog post for me. And you got to write down what good looks like first in the sense of accuracy. Like, what does accuracy, the definition of it mean? Does it mean that I filled out 100% of a spreadsheet? Or does it mean that I went through and I spot checked 99 out of the 100 cells in the spreadsheet? Because I think until we start holding AI accountable, we can't necessarily hold ourselves accountable. And this, to me, is the essence of watching humans work better with AI together. I got some bad news for a lot of people. AI is going to eat 50% of everybody's job on this call. Gone. I hope it doesn't eat 50% of the jobs of the people on this call, but it will definitely eat 50% of your job. The question is, how do I then level up on top of that and add empathy, authenticity, and good judgment in order to take advantage of AI to be better than I used to be? We are like, there was the car that came in, horse and buggies, and it's going to be the same thing with AI for our jobs. And so until we start getting really good at defining accuracy for these tools, holding it accountable, and then holding ourselves accountable last to become better, I have found that those are the things that lead to success. So I use spreadsheets as a very simple example, but I think that that's a perfect one where like you throw it in the LLM, you say populate it with all of the marketing and positioning that I need, and then I got to go and read through. The challenge that a lot of us have is you generate something and you're like, let's be honest, do you really scrub 100% of the article, or are you reading like maybe 20%? Right? Like we could all look in the mirror and be like, maybe it's 30%. And so I think like holding ourselves accountable means being really in the weeds in the early days of AI right now to get better.
Accuracy. That's such a good point to check all of ourselves when we're using AI. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay. I have a question for you, Nathan.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do a round robin to close us out. What is one simple change any team could make tomorrow to be more empathetic?
Well, I mean, I think the first is building a culture that is starting every customer interaction by naming the problem or the opportunity from the customer's point of view, not yours. I just think that when we're talking about empathy, it is, do you understand the problem and the impact of the customer, and then more importantly what they're looking for and what the benefit of that would be. If you start every conversation today with that point of view and that becomes your culture, I can guarantee you're going to see both customer retention and revenue go up as a result of it.
Ooh, love that. Okay, so we're gonna, last question for everyone, just in your own point of view. Why is empathy more important now than ever? We've talked about a lot of it, but we can just round us out. Nathan, right back to you. Do you want to finish?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think it's because buyers are overwhelmed. I really do. I mean, I think they're
overwhelmed.
I totally, yes. Well, yeah, absolutely. Like, but they're like bombarded with like automation and content. And Daniel brought up a great point of like, now they're trying to learn a new skill because 50% of their job is going to be taken by AI. Like they have all of that. And I just think empathy is how you cut through that noise. I really do. I think that's why it's so important, is that in a world of automation, in a world of a lot of noise, the one where you're able to understand and connect is what will allow you to stand out. And I think that's why it's so important.
Yana, what about you? Why is it so important now more than ever?
I think we're living in a time where there's lack of trust, don't know what to believe, even in data that's being delivered. And so you want to know that you're working with someone across the table that kind of understands you, that's actually going to help kind of you navigate this. And is coming from a place that kind of your perspective that makes it, and so they know, so you become the person they trust and helping them navigate that noise.
Beautiful. Thank you. Benea.
Yeah. So I love what Nathan and Yana said. What I will chime in here and say is that empathy has no color, it has no race, it has no gender, it has no ageism built into it. Empathy is something that will last longer than any of us on this call will be around for, right? Empathy doesn't cost much, but it does require you to want to do it. It requires you to weave it into your daily lives, into your work, and how you are operating. And so while Nathan and Yana gave it from a business perspective, I'll just say empathy is required in life in general. And if we keep that in our back pocket and we keep that in our reach, then it'll be applicable regardless if it's with a prospect, a customer, a partner, our sick children at home. Empathy just it has no context to it, but it is something that we all have to want to do and not feel like we have to do it.
I love too that there's no cost. It's like, why would we not? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Daniel, last one. Why is it so important now more than ever?
That was beautiful. I think if you do everything Benea just said, empathy, differentiate, and if you differentiate, you win. Empathy is how you win.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank everyone so much. Thank you for your time, this brilliant panel. My heart is filled for the rest of the day. Y'all, thank you so much. And I think we're just going to be put into the next panel. So I hope everyone has a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. What a great panel talking about empathy and putting people first is really at the heart of doing great business. So thank you all for that. It was really insightful. I know there have been some new folks that have joined us, so we're so happy to see you here. We've had some great sessions so far, and a reminder that this will all be recorded and sent out afterwards. Next up, we have our keynote session, The Power of We, Building Trust-Based Negotiations with 𝐂𝐁𝐎𝐒𝐃. 𝐂𝐁𝐿𝐃 is an international authority for her award-winning research and vested business model for highly relationships. She is the author of 8 books and a faculty member at the University of Tennessee. She has been lauded by World Trade Magazine as one of the fabulous 50+1 most influential people impacting global commerce. Kate, welcome. We're so excited to have you here.
Excellent. Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited to share our research from the University of Tennessee and how it can help y'all, pre-sales and sales teams and solution teams come together, bring buyers and suppliers together to bring trust and transparency to those discussions, all the way from the early parts of those relationships all the way through the negotiations, because I think that's something that we often don't do, is that we get rushed to this deal this time, and we want to skip all those amazing things that are going to help us build trust along the way during the sales process. So the topic that I've outlined for you today is called The Power of We. And how do you build trust into your sales process and the negotiations process? So let's dig in. A little bit, thanks for the wonderful intro, by the way. I do want to share that everything I'm going to talk about today is based on a research. So this isn't just, some consultant. I'm not just some, consultant out there going, oh, these are great ideas. I've been on the buy side. I worked for Microsoft. I've worked for Microsoft's largest supplier. I've been on the consulting side. And for the last 20 years, I've been on the academic side. So I get to look at how people come together to work on sales, the sales process, the buying and selling side of things. And that work has led to 8 books. So I always like to start when I'm sharing our research with someone with a really fantastic quote from Albert Einstein. He says, the significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking when we created them. And so if we want to be better, faster, cheaper, safer, have amazing solutions in what we're doing, we have to slow down and really rethink the process of how we're getting there. Because again, we're trying to rush the deal process and not spending enough time interacting, getting the information that we need, building those into our demos so that we can test out things. I like to say, throw some spaghetti at the wall, see how it is, come back and forth. And using those demo processes as a way to close gaps in the knowledge between the buy side and the sell side. So if we come at it with that mindset that we need to have an open mind, what our research has found is that organizations who have amazing relationships, these trading partner relationships that are hitting it out of the park, they have taken the mindset of moving from what's in it for me, this buy sell, to again slowing down and trying to think about what's in it for we. What is it we're trying to solve for? And it's almost this iterative process that we're working together on to bring the best possible solution to the problems that we're trying to solve. So again, I think of this as what's in it for we. And if you continue with this theme that, I have to think differently about how I'm approaching the sales and pre-sales cycle, I like to put it in an analogy of a game. And I do this because I've been on all sides of the game. I said I was on the buy side, the sell side. And so if you think about the game of business as being this game board, what do you think this looks like? Well, this is a checkerboard. Well, is it? It could be a chessboard, right? It could be, we could maybe play different games here. But when I was on the buy side, one of the things that I did and was rewarded for being on the buy side of big deals is almost, did I get it for a better cost? How fast did I close it? Did I get better payment terms? And so I'd like to think of that as playing checkers. And so the better I was at actually, not spending the time that I needed, I'd actually get rewarded with a checker. So it's like, oh, great, I closed that deal faster. I got a savings out of that. And so I was collecting all these checkers. And at the time, actually, the better you were, the more stock options you got at Microsoft. And so I was very good at this game on the buy side. And then I left and turned to the supply side. And I had to sit across the table from my old me, my old self. And I thought, well, I have to play this game differently. I have to outsmart the buyer. So as the supplier, I've got information now. And is there things that I can and do differently? So you start to think about this game of business as being more strategic. So I have to, if your goal is to get a lower price from me, my goal is to, keep my margins up. And so what information do I have that I may not share with you? I may come back and do a certain, deal point, but it may come back and haunt us later. So for example, scope creep. Great example. Well, I didn't quite understand that. Here's what I sold you, but that wasn't in your scope. You didn't tell me that, so therefore I'm going to have to charge you for that. So we see scope creep being endemic in some of these more complex relationships. And so when you think that you're outsmarting the other guy, what I found now looking at it from an academic perspective is that we're really just playing a shell game. And what if we actually sat on the same side of the table, slowed down in the pre-sales and sales process to really get alignment? Because that alignment is how we're going to get that common understanding to develop the best possible deal, develop the best possible solution. And so we're not trying to rush that. We're actually slowing that down a little bit. And this concept of win-win, right? Trying to craft, co-create, as I like to think about it, co-create what we're doing together is steeped in research, not just my research studying trading partner relationships, but mathematical economic research. You might have heard of a gentleman by the name of John Nash. Now, Nash received a Nobel Prize in 1994, but I'm guessing you don't really remember who he was. Maybe you read about him in school if you were in business and you were studied economics. But you might have heard of Nash because his beautiful mind was portrayed by Russell Crowe in the movie The Beautiful Mind. And so Nash was a mathematician in the 1950s. He was at Princeton University, and he had this big idea. And his big idea that went on to win a Nobel Prize is that what if we actually set a strategy and we tried to cooperate, to co-create, to develop something bigger than both of us? Could you create more value? So his math went on again to win a Nobel Prize, and that was in 1994. So now you're starting to see universities start to teach the concepts of win-win. But before that, what you would see is that we tended to teach power-based philosophies. I think about Porter's 5 forces and creating a competitive advantage. Prior to the 90s, a competitive advantage was when, Microsoft used to say, well, I win twice, win-win. Of course, I get to win twice. So we use our power over the others. And 2 of Porter's 5 forces, indeed, are power over the buyer, power over the supplier. And we withhold our information. So if information is power, right, I'm going to withhold that. I'm going to not tell you some stuff because maybe if it was complex and, you gave me a price for something, you didn't factor that in, I might have gotten a lower price. Or if you took some risk, you're stuck with that. And so what we find and what Nash's math shows us and lots of other research shows us too is that collaboration, co-creation actually outperforms this us versus them mentality because we can increase our trust and reduce our trust taxes. Now, I have here on the chart just a simple game theory matrix. Now, you can put anyone in your game of business, me versus you, buyer, supplier. You could even play game theory in your personal relationships, husband, wife, mom, kid, teenager. So let's just say it's me and you, right? And so we have some choices. If I choose to command and use my power, and you choose to command. In game theory, this is known as a lose-lose deal. I like to think of it as an 800-pound gorilla, right? And the bigger we are, the bigger the organizations, you just go at it and you're like, so we negotiate, we trade off, we have concessions, we're using our power. And that's what we were taught in schools to create a competitive advantage for many years. It was about power-based, using your power. So on the other end of that spectrum is Nash's work, where we're consciously choosing to cooperate. We're co-creating, we're developing better solutions, we're solving problems, we're working out how to do things better, faster, cheaper, safer, more sustainable, whatever your goals are. So the issue is people get win-win. They say win-win, they say strategic partner, you're my strategic partner, but they fall into the trap of this win-lose. I'm going to win some, I'm going to lose some, I'm going to win some, I'm going to lose some. And I like to think of that as playing ping pong. And it's exhausting. How many of you have played ping pong in your trading partner relationships? You go back and forth, trade-offs, negotiations, concessions, and it's actually exhausting. And that mental exhaustion in economics terms is known as transaction cost economics. So it costs us money to do business, and the more friction we have in how we do business, the higher our cost. Now that may mean that we can push and get a good price, but our total cost of ownership, the total amount of value, we're actually limiting the amount of value that we can create. So why do we fall short? And this was a question that as a researcher I wanted to ask. We know win-win creates more value. Nobel Prizes have been won on this concept. I've studied it. I know these strategic relationships are far outperform ones that don't. So what trips us up along the way? And I think it's the fact that we've been taught for so many years to negotiate. When we're in the sales cycle, we're going to negotiate, we're going to get to this deal this time, these terms and conditions, and we're rushing to get to the deal instead of slowing down to co-create. Throw some spaghetti up against the wall, look at it, bounce it back and forth, see if it works. You put that demo out there, well, I didn't really like that. You come back with another demo and you're like, wow, I fixed these things. What do you think about that? So there are 3 books here, philosophies that I want to share. The first one is start with no. So when you start with no, it's like taking an orange. Now in Fisher and Urey's book, Getting to Yes, he uses this orange story. So this isn't my story. This is a very famous story from the book, Getting to Yes. And he says, all right, let's say we want an orange. You want the orange, I want the orange. Well, what's happening is we're fighting over the orange. And it's like playing tug of war, right? I want the orange. No, I want the orange. So we go back and forth and back and forth. That energy that we have, again, is called transaction cost economics. So Fisher and Urey wrote a book called Getting to Yes. And this was a game changer in how people negotiated. It's actually known as interest-based negotiation. Since the early 90s, I'm sure if you've gone to college, most college students read this book today as they learn how to negotiate. So what interest-based negotiation does is it said, well, let's stop fighting over this orange. You want the orange and I want the orange. So how can we figure out a creative way to divide the orange? So I start to ask about your interest, you ask about mine, and I find out that you're going to bake a cake. So you really wanted the peel. I was hungry. I wanted the pulp. So now we can creatively figure out how to split this orange. So that takes this back and forth tension. Instead of playing tug of war using our power, it takes that out and our transaction costs are reduced because of this. We, in theory, get to yes in a much easier way. Right. And I sat in a little bit I heard about the session on empathy. So yes, we're trying to use empathy. We're trying to understand. We're listening. So all of that is really good. But I would say you still fall short because you can get to yes. How many times have you gotten to yes? And then it just wasn't what you needed, and you go back to the drawing board. Scope creep, well, it didn't quite kind of work out the way we said. So I love the idea of doing demos because you can take it, you can throw the spaghetti on the wall, you can start to play with it and then go, well, I don't really like that. Well, let's put another demo. Let's correct what we did and come back. So I like to think of it as almost like this iteration of co-creation. So we're getting to we're aligning the interest by slowing down. And when we do that, my analogy here is not that we're fighting over an orange or that we're creatively trying to split an orange, but rather we're taking the time to plant an orange tree. So together, 1 + 1, me and you, right? We have 2. We're not just exchanging value, we're creating value. So 1 + 1 = 11. We can do things together by co-creating, taking your skills, my skills. Let's look at this. So it almost gives us like a little playground to go play around in, see what the art of the possible is. And then once we land on what the art of the possible is, then we can go seal the deal, get the commercials, structures, and we're off and running. So think about that tug of war game, right? So in a traditional negotiation, we use our power back and forth, back and forth. We've got high transaction cost. Getting to yes, we get to yes, but we haven't really created value the way we can. And so in a getting to we mindset, you're taking the buyer and the supplier early in the deal structure. You're working on aligning interest and you're pulling on the rope in the same direction. So now you have your business problem that you're trying to solve for and you're co-creating around that. And so when I put the orange in context to my game theory matrix, win-win, you're planting an orange tree. Interest-based negotiation, you win some, you lose some, you win some, you lose some, that ping pong match. And then command it, or the lose-lose is you're fighting over the orange. So it's a totally different way to think about things when you go slow to go fast. And this is what I would argue, that in order to get to we, it requires trust. It requires transparency. It requires this different mindset of how we approach buying and selling all the way up to the pre-sales and the sales functions, right? So we're slowing down, getting, playing around a little bit, making sure we've got alignment, seeing the demo, not one demo, maybe 2 demos, 3 demos. Yeah, this is good. No, tweak this. Let's come back. And that's co-creation aligns the interest. So when I think about transparency and trust and leaning into these relationships to create value, it's hard to create value without having the information that we need. And so this is where transparency plays such an important role. I need that information to help me in my sales and pre-sales. And if I'm a buyer and I'm not sharing that information, we can't give it our best as a supplier. And the more transparency we have, the more trust we have. And I get kind of stuck because, well, I want trust, but I'm not sharing the information. And so you're kind of flipping back and forth. And I would argue that you need both sides of the coin here. Trust increases transparency. Transparency increases trust. So we have to work on both early into the relationships, all the way into the pre-sales, through the sales, and actually finalizing and closing the deal. So I mentioned some of the research around trust, right? And the math around win-win. Well, there's a couple of economists that have studied the hard aspects, the hard economics on trust in contracts. So one of those is Leslie Wilcox. He's from the London School of Economics. And what Leslie would say in his research is he studied 1,200 sourcing contracts, and he divided them between trust-based and power-based. So when they actually got to the contract, were they being more transparent? Were they leaning in, sharing, co-creating? And what you find in his research is that trust-based contracts have a 40% cost savings. That's not 2 to 3% that you can get from using your hammer to go, go out to bid and, play the market against each other. This is where true value is created because you're slowing down, sharing the information, co-creating. So now I can work on efficiencies, effectiveness, instead of just price or capability. Yeah, I need the capability and I need a price, but how do I actually develop the best possible way of working, the best possible solution that we have, that we're able to generate this value far superior than the traditional buy-sell process. Now, another person, another economic person, he's a professor of strategy. He also studies trust in relationships. His name's Jeff Dyer. Now, Jeff is famous for his work and study of trust in the automotive industry. Now, for those who live in the US, it's not a secret that, the automotive industry is a little power-based relative to the Toyotas and the Nissans out there. And so it comes through even in the union negotiations. Look at how hard the negotiations were, how dysfunctional the negotiations were with the unions and the United Auto Worker and the Big Three. So he studies these relationships and service provider relationships. And he's looked at the data from a different study that ranks service providers' trust over their customers. So every year, year over year, actually 25 years now, suppliers to the automotive industry are asked, which customers do you have the most trust in? And so they rank them, and General Motors is on the worst when he studied this. Actually, General Motors is notched it up just a little bit, so they're getting a little bit better versus their peers. But Toyota is consistently on the top, so they're the most trusted buyer. And so if you're a supplier to the automotive industry, who do you want to work with? The one that has the hammer and it's just about this deal, this time, give me the price, or the one who slows down and says, hey, let's go work and collaborate together to take out costs together to create that win-win relationship. Now, what's interesting about Dyer's work is he's quantified the actual cost of the transaction cost of doing business. And what he shows is that General Motors has incurred 6 times higher transaction cost or procurement costs than Toyota. So you think about it, Toyota builds these longer term relationships. They're really collaborating, known for working and collaborating with their suppliers. And that it may seem, well, that just takes too long. We don't have time to do that. But that time that you invest is actually paying you back exponentially, right? So I want to change gears just a little bit because I've talked about the benefits of trust and why we should slow down. I've talked about game theory. I've talked about the economics aspects. But as business people who are in the field, what happens when we don't have enough trust? You've been in those relationships, I'm sure. You probably can think of some right off the top of your head and just go, oh, that fill in the blank. What words come to mind with a relationship that is non-trusting versus one of your better relationships that's full of trust? Well, this is something that Stephen Covey wrote about in his book, The Speed of Trust. And he has this wonderful chapter on the taxes of not having trust. And there are 7 taxes. So one of them is redundancy. When I don't trust you, I may put in duplication of effort. So for example, one of the things that I study, I do a lot of very complex types of relationships, especially outsourcing relationships. If the buyer doesn't trust the supplier, they put in what's known as a shadow organization. So they're duplicating. They have supplier managers that are managing or often even micromanaging the supplier. Well, if I'm the supplier and I don't feel trusted, and you've got this shadow organization that's micromanaging me, are you going to get the best out of me? I probably don't like to work for you, especially if you're power-based and don't have that empathy that we learned about, right? And so now the A team might turn into the C team. The best people leave, turnover, disengagement. This is why you start to see, which I'm really excited about, is a lot of organizations are actually measuring and testing for employee engagement. Because when I have an engaged employee and they feel, that they are being listened to, when they have an idea, and it's like I say their good idea didn't go to the good idea graveyard, they're rewarded. They're like, hey, you listened to me. I want to bring more ideas, right? And so having trust reduces this trust tax. And this trust tax then reduces our transaction cost economics, come full circle to the economic side, which we know has been shown to proven that when we slow down, we consciously choose to build these trusting relationships. We're transparent, we start to solution, you're getting better results. So how do you get there, right? It sounds easy. Choose to trust, choose to be transparent. But it's a little harder than that because we've been conditioned, as I mentioned, we've been conditioned to buy and sell instead of slowing down in the pre-sales and the sales cycle to overly share information, to overly collaborate in those, to invest in things like whiteboarding sessions and demo sessions where we're starting to co-create and imagine the art of the possible. So there are 5 steps that we teach. We profile these in our book, Getting to We. We actually have a course, which I'll talk about, Getting to We course, which y'all will have access to. We'll be sending out as a follow-up a scholarship code so you can access the online course. But one of our books, Contracting the New Economy. How do we create these relational contracts? And again, going all the way back up into the pre-sales and the sales cycle. So the first step is to lay the foundation for the partnership. And then that is really about talking about trust and transparency. What information do you need? If you are a supplier, I want to give you all of the information that you need to help really me solve the best problem, to give me the optimal thing, good service, software, whatever it is you're doing in your business. What is it that I can give you that'll help you be a better supplier? So consciously thinking about the trust and the transparency. Then once I have that, once we talk about that, co-creating a shared vision and objectives. Then adopting the guiding principles, aligning the interests. This is where in step 4, you actually start the more traditional negotiations. So we've got where we're going. We have tight alignment on the art of the possible and what we're trying to solve for. Then and only then do you start to then align interests. And then lastly, stay aligned. So these, when you look at these steps, it really points to the fact that you have to go slow to go fast. And when our mindset is about this deal, this time, it's very transactional, we're getting to step 4 way too fast. And in essence, we're not allowing ourselves to create the art of possible with our business partners. So let's look at what it takes to make the shift from this what's in it for me mindset to a what's in it for we mindset. So I flipped that actually. It should be from what's in it for me to what's in it for we. So there's 5 things, and I'm going to break these down one at a time. So I'll share here all 5 of these, but for each one, I'm going to go through and I'm going to talk a little bit about why that's important. And I'm going to share an example of it in practice, because it's one thing to have the theory, but you have to put the theory in practice. And this is why I love stories. So I'm going to share some good examples of what others have done. So this me tactic, right? Ambiguity, vagueness, I'm going to withhold information. Well, what we want to do in a what's in it for we tactic is transparency. And likewise, and the next thing is you, instead of holding back on your BATNA and having this buy-sell mentality, it's around sharing alternatives, co-creating solutions. And instead of competing interest, negotiating trade-offs. You're creating a shared vision and shared agenda, because what you're going to do needs to follow and align to that. Instead of going fast, pressuring to get an agreement, you're seeking for alignment. And when you do that, you can move from this tit for tat value extraction to a value creation. Or as Oliver Williamson, another Nobel Prize winning economist, says, leave money on the table. Now that one's interesting. We're going to come back to that. So let's break these down one at a time. The first one, transparency. To get to this collaborative we environment, we have to choose transparency, consciously saying, what information do you need? How can I help you get the information, develop a better solution, and doing that all the way up into the pre-sales and sales, not just when the engineers come on board, right, to do the actual hard solutioning, but we're playing around using demos, using whiteboard exercises, really trying to share that information. So I like to say, if information is power, then shared information is exponentially powerful. So let's put it all out there and share as much as we can. So one of the tools that we teach trading partners when they're, these are pretty strategic type deals and there's a lot at stake, is we teach them to use a tool called the Transparency Commitment Matrix. This is how it works. So you have both sides, the buyer and the supplier, and you sit down and you say, gosh, what information would be helpful? So maybe it's budgets, or maybe it's the margins of the supplier. I was just doing a talk earlier and it was to a group of buy side in the utility sector. And I said, how many of you share your budget with your most strategic suppliers? And maybe 10% do. Well, why don't we share our budget? Well, they'll just spend it all. They won't, we have to not tell them because we want to constantly put pressure on them to lower our cost. But if we changed the nature and said, here's our budget, our goal is to collaborate and beat our budget, what you find is that organizations hit it out of the park. They're far more successful. So the transparency actually enables the collaboration. So what about money in this relationship would you share? What about performance? What about the relationship itself? What about the operations? What about the data that you need? Especially if you're building software. What data do we need that would make our software really pop? And do we have access to that? Because you can't build something if you don't have all the information. And so think about what this list is. Now in the tool that we have, we've listed some that we see are common popular things, but you have the power to modify the toolkit. What do you want to be transparent about? And now start to think about it and say, well, what do we do today? What should we be doing? Interesting. And is there value from being transparent? And what you see is that universally, both the buy side and the sell side go, wow, if we could have access to all of this information, it's going to help us just be better partners, to be better at developing whatever it is that we're doing as our service provider. If it's building software or being a third-party logistics provider or being a distributor or a facilities management provider. It doesn't matter what kind of a supplier you are, that transparency is going to give that supplier partner information that they're going to use to actually do things that benefit the buyer. Likewise, it's flip side as well. So one of the organizations we worked with was a bank, and the suppliers, this was call centers. And so Jim Hobby was in charge of operations, and they did not share. As a supplier, they did not share their margins, their cost structure. It was about the price. And so we teach, well, got to break down the price. What are the cost drivers? Because how can I work on collaborating on driving down cost if I don't understand the cost drivers? And that was a hard concept for Jim to get. And in our book, he actually writes about this. He gives us a little story. And he says, sharing that financial information brought business logic to the conversation. It was a breakthrough point for all of us. Our client realized Sykes was being honest with them. The openness made the discussions, business discussions, and the conversations were more rational. So the more you share, it actually helps build that trust. Again, it's that two sides of the coin. So I challenge you, if you've got a situation where you've got information, just put it out there and say, what information do you need? What could I get you that could help you be better? Now let's look at a second tactic that we have, which is using and creating a shared vision and shared agenda. I like to use the analogy of going to Mount Everest or putting a man on the moon, right? So if you're a mountain climber, you can't get to the top without your Sherpa, right? And you think about this big, hairy, audacious goal that Kennedy had in the early 60s, put a man on the moon by the end of the decade. That was something that, you know, NASA couldn't do all by themselves. They needed their business partners or suppliers. Everybody was working together, pulling on that rope in the same direction. And there's a lot of research that's done around the power of creating that shared vision. When we actually take the time to co-create that, and we agree that we're going to the same place, we have common goals and objectives, magic can start to happen. And so great relationships discuss their hidden agendas. And they actually, you know, aren't afraid to talk about those and say, where do I have conflicts of interest? Where is there a perverse incentive in what we're doing? How would I look? What would be the objectives that we're trying to solve for? So one of the case studies that we have is BP and Jones Lang LaSalle. Now BP, everyone knows BP. They're an energy company. Maybe not everyone knows Jones Lang LaSalle. Jones Lang LaSalle is a big real estate and facilities management maintenance provider. And so they had been working together for several years. BP decided that they wanted to really become and have more of a strategic partnership. So they went through a bid process, what we call an RF partner, and they picked Jones Lang LaSalle as their partner. And using the techniques that we had, they started with this transparency, you know, they led with that. And the next step that they did was to create the shared vision and desired outcomes. Now, these are the exact shared vision and desired outcomes out of their contract. This is in their contract. So it's not just something they set out to do. These were co-created early on in the relationship. And then their entire deal revolves around this all the way into the commercials of the agreement. And so you look at this and you think, well, okay, this is great, but this literally gets on the badges of people, how they work. They have, you know, over 1,000 people that are working. And so now it's very easy for people to say, well, what are we trying to get out of this relationship? What are we trying to solve for? It's not just, dear Jones Lang LaSalle, show up and clean our toilets or, you know, maintain our boiler. We're trying to create an inspirational, sustainable workplace experiences for our people and our communities. That's very different than show up and do some work. So I use this analogy that this was their Mount Everest. It's way more than showing up to do work. It's what you want to get out of the work. And I think that we don't slow down and try to do that. And that's something I encourage you to do. You know, as early on is, what is your Mount Everest? What is it you're trying to solve for? And what objectives are you trying to get out of this relationship? So the next area that I would challenge you to think differently on is this a concept of co-creation. I've used that word many times now. I love that word. And in a traditional approach, it's buy, sell. And we have a best alternative to no negotiating agreement. It's like look at this picture. You're sitting across the table from each other. And in a what's in it for we mindset, you're actually sitting side by side. You're going, well, what if we did this? How would this look? And you're co-creating. And you get far, far better solutions when you do that. And I think often we wait too long in the pre-sales and sales cycle, and we bring in the solutions engineers later on, and we're not really testing out, thinking about concepts early enough as we should. So let's look at how Vancouver Coastal Health is a Canadian health authority. thought about this for environmental services. So in a hospital setting, you've got all kinds of, you know, environmental things, the OR, the ER, different things. And so the supplier here, who again was working in a traditional us versus them way before, once they went through and Vancouver Coastal Health said, we want to work differently, and they started to bring these concepts to how they were working, you know, it was almost like the air lifted for Compass. He said the collaborative and transparent environment really helped us frame our response. You know, it wasn't about trying to sell them something. It was about how to solve their problems to help them climb their Mount Everest. And those ideas that they whiteboarded and demoed out, most of them made it into their actual proposal and process. But, you know, some didn't. And so without those dialogues, without being able to have that co-creation process, the suppliers really can't bring the best solution. So here's another one for you. Seeking alignment versus pressure to get to an agreement. You know, we often think, oh, I got to close this deal. And we're so compressing the pre-sales and sales cycle or the contracting cycle. And I like to use this analogy of rowing, right? Think of the movie, The Boys in the Boat, right? They work to really get alignment. And when you're rowing in a boat, look at this, they're rowing in cadence. There's no friction. That friction again costs money. So your goal is to get as much alignment as possible because it reduces the friction, which reduces your transaction cost. So the best relationships seek time to align interest instead of rushing to negotiate the deal points. So here's another example. This is NL Health Services. And so they actually did a bid process, and they used supplier dialogue workshops. And so in these workshops, this is right out of their case study. So they had 3 dialogue workshops, right? And it was all about alignment. I literally did not change a single word here. This was in their bid process saying, we want to have these dialogues. And what I want to point out here is in workshop 3, share the concept proposal, seek for feedback. This is the perfect place to do demos. And so you're integrating these into the bid process, into the sales, pre-sales process. You're really starting to try to get those alignment. And because when you now get to the commercials, the more you're aligned up front, the more you reduce that friction. So the last area that I want to share with you, the last tactic, and this is probably the most controversial, is to always leave money on the table. Always leave money on the table. That just seems counterintuitive. Why would you leave money on the table? Now, I want to point to Oliver Williamson. Oliver Williamson, another Nobel Prize winning economist known for transaction cost economics. You know, he says the reason why you always want to leave money on the table is because it shows a signal of cooperative ways of working instead of opportunistic behavior. If you have money and I'm always taking it, I'm taking, I'm trying to win at your expense, then that's very opportunistic. And that leads me to my last Nobel Prize economics professor that I want to share today. He's actually Oliver Hart. He's a co-author of mine and one of my Harvard Business Review articles. And he says when we have opportunistic behavior, it creates 2 things, either a holdup situation or shading. Now, holdup is hardcore opportunistic behavior. I'm going to win at your expense. I'm going to use my power. As he says, you not only use your power, you abuse your power. And so I think of this as a classic example of a whack-a-mole. You whacked over here to get my price down. Well, it's just coming back someplace else. You just can't see it because I'm not being transparent about it. So that mole's coming back up. And so when I have a relationship and it is complex and independent, I can't get out of that. It'll foster this hold up behavior. And people hate that, right? They feel stuck. But what he says is kind of worse than holdup. And you think, well, how could something be worse than holdup? This is very opportunistic behavior, is actually what he calls shading. And shading is non-collaborative or punishing behavior. And you don't always even know that you do it. This is what's interesting, right? And it's this little tit for tat back and forth. Well, I'm not making as much money as I could, so the I'm gonna put the C team on. Or you didn't give me that information I needed to have the best solution. So now you want it, I'm gonna charge you for it. It's scope creep. And it's all these little back and forths that gnaw, that are very irritating to these relationships, and then again increase transaction cost economics. So the tool that I want to share and the example is using guiding principles, which are social norms. We write about this in my book, Contracting the New Economy, Getting to We, and the HBR article. So there are 6 social norms. I did not make these up. If you study social science, you would have seen these. Reciprocity, for example, comes from the work of lots of work, but one absolutely fantastic researcher around this is Eleanor Ostrom. And so you give and take in a relationship, and when you start to give, or take, you actually irritate the organizations. It doesn't become fun and interesting, and you kind of check out. So these 6 guiding principles, this is how EY and ISS, a Danish company, applied these. Now, these are in their contract. So early on, like literally before they had nailed all the details about what they're doing, they're still throwing spaghetti on the wall, trying to figure out the art of the possible with this partnership. They agreed to the shared vision as well as these guiding principles. Now look at this. This one's honesty. I'm just going to pick it out. This is literally in their contract. We proactively and truthfully share facts, information, intentions, and experiences, and respect different points of views for the best interest of the partnership. They did this in the early phases of the sales cycle. The very early phases. Actually, before ISS was even picked as a partner in the pre-sales, they were saying, let's create a statement of intent. And this statement of intent is how they worked and behaved during the pre-sales, sales, contracting period, and post-contract. This is embedded into their contract. And this is what makes it a formal relational contract. And once you have that statement of intent, your shared vision and your guiding principles, come up with tricks for signaling the other party. So maybe, just maybe, we weren't sharing the facts, that we were withholding some information because that's the way we have been conditioned to. Put the elephant in the room. Golly gee, it seems like there might be some information or data that we could have that would really help us. I know in the spirit of our statement of intent, we're going to try to share as much information as we have. Is there any, do you have this type of information? How could we get it? And so put the elephant in the room. One team, actually, I can't make this up, had Angry Birds. Remember the old game, the Angry Bird game? And so they got little Angry Birds. And so if someone violated a statement of intent, these behaviors, these social norms, they would toss out an Angry Bird and say, I'm going to have to give you the bird for that because we're not sharing as much as we should. And we know that that being transparent is a good thing. So those are some good tips and tricks. I've showed you how it works in practice, but you might be scratching your head going, but Kate, does it really work? Are the results from this? And I want to say absolutely unequivocally yes. Let's go back to the EY deal. They actually call their deal the epic deal because it's such an epic partnership. Just the transition, it was seamless. Because they'd shared so much information, they'd aligned interest and really got to a really great place and went slow to go fast. Highest ever customer satisfaction, highest ever, efficiency in how they were working. The not only the employee satisfaction, but the looking at how they thought about AI-enabled dashboards, putting in technology. So they're really expediting a lot of these transformation initiatives that they were trying to do. Also, if you look at the cost went down, significantly down. Improvement in space optimization, not little numbers, 50% reduction, 70% reduction in CO2, 75% reduction in paper printouts. massive improvements in the results that they were looking for through the collaboration. So what did the supplier get out of it? A long-term contract with contract extensions, earned contract extensions. So I'm not just going to bid you out. I'm going to say strategic partnership, and we're going to lead with trust and transparency, putting those guiding principles in our contract. And so now the supplier is collaborating with you to lower your cost. They get a share of that. It creates a true win-win. And so now you have happier people. Happier people, they're engaged, right? Again, that trust tax gets improved. So we quantify this. Actually, it's something that we've been doing for about 10 years through a study we call the compatibility and trust assessment. So if you look at their original baseline, so 4 years previous, there's a trust score that they have between the partners. And you see that's the very light blue. So they were in, 0.64, 0.67, 0.61, and, developing relationship, a couple were just, slightly over the healthy. And after 2 years, and then again after 4 years. And so you see the relationship health move from a score of 0.69 to 0.88. That's in the top 4% of all deals that we've looked at and benchmarked on trust in their trading partner relationship. But how's that manifest into the culture? Look at the words people use to describe this relationship: collaborative, professional, honest, trust, loyal, right? Very healthy relationship. And when you get to these healthy relationship based on trust and transparency, that, by the way, starts all the way up in the pre-sales and, way before you start negotiating or you get the hardcore solutioning in, you're going to get better results. And that's what excites me. And what excites me is organizations are learning about this. So this is a great opportunity that I've had today to share with you a little bit about our research. But I just pulled together some fun facts. We've had almost 12,000 people take one or more of our courses. They've completed over 151 initiatives. So they're actively taking the tools and creating vested agreements. 25 of those are formal case studies, and another 43 organizations are public. For example, IBM and Securitas, they're public about what they've done. I don't have a formal case study, but you can go out and listen to a podcast about how they were rethinking the relationship to bring that trust and transparency into all the way up into the sales process. So I encourage you to read. If you like to read, I have 8 books, but some of my co-faculty have a couple of others. We have 30 white papers, lots of case studies, lots of articles. So just reach out. I've got my contact information here at the end. So if you've got some questions, let me know. And I do want to let you know, part of what is happening here is that you will get a complimentary registration to our Getting to We online class. So I hope you'll take advantage of it. If you don't like online classes, pick up, just, start Googling vested, Getting to We, transparent relationships, win-win, and you're going to find a lot of information. We have a ton of open source information. So with that, I want to turn it over. I think there's been some comments that have come in the Q&A board. So I want to turn it over to some questions.
Thank you so much, Kate. We did have a question just come in. What if you don't want to bring up or be transparent about something that is a potential negative or deal breaker?
Yeah, so I would put on there, here's all the things, and you should say why you're not going to be transparent. Now, if you don't want to be transparent about it because you are trying to be sly, that's just going to come back and haunt you. So they will find out later. So I would say put it on the table, but if but there are some things, for example, you can put and say, we're choosing not to be transparent about this, and here's why. So you don't have to give the information, but you're going to identify, here's the things I'm not going to be transparent about.
Okay.
But yeah, it'll come back and haunt you. So you might as well just, I know it sounds awful. You're like, oh, I might lose the deal. Well, if you win the deal and you put all that energy into it and then lose it after you've invested all those gazillions of dollars, that's not good either. That's worse, right?
That's right. Can you share an example of where a company left money on the table by not thinking beyond the transaction?
Yeah, I have a ton. So we often will negotiate the price. Very common. Here's the scope, here's the price, here's what we're doing, right? And there's so much opportunity outside the price and total cost of ownership. One of our case studies is Intel and DHL. And so when they started to look at a pricing model with incentives instead of the price, well, now I can look at inventory turns. That's not the price of how much it costs to store or ship a widget, right? How fast, if I can ship Intel's chips faster, that's going to reduce my working capital I need to fund into those chips. That's a ton of money. So working capital and inventory. A great example would be from P&G and Jones Lang LaSalle. Jones Lang LaSalle actually created a software app that helped optimize meetings, and it saved P&G employees 20 minutes a week. So you think, well, that's not a lot, 20 minutes a week, but there's 52 weeks and there's 100,000 employees. So that employee productivity is huge. So that's value that's created beyond the price.
Right, that's great. Okay. We just have time for one or two more questions, so feel free to keep putting them in the Q&A or in the chat. Another one that came in, let's see, how do you see the future of negotiation evolving as businesses become more global and technology driven?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's just going to demand more transparency, and the technology is enabling it, right? So I'll give you a great example. I wrote about these guys in Harvard Business Review. Walmart, the technology, this was back in the day for blockchain, and now you have AI. But they worked with, instead of being power-based, right, on Walmart, they said, look, we have a freight claims problem. We're always bickering about this, and they charge a chargeback. And then, the temperature wasn't right. You were 10 minutes late. And they were always bickering back and forth on these chargebacks. It's endemic in the transportation industry. And it just takes all this transaction cost to solve for this. And Walmart really just wants their freight on time, right? And at the right temperature. And so they worked collaboratively with Bison, one of their freight carriers, to co-create a blockchain. And it was at the time the world's largest industrial blockchain. And so it wasn't Walmart saying, I'm doing a blockchain and you, dear supplier, are going to do it, right? It's like, we have a freight claims problem. Let's develop a blockchain that will solve this problem and create value for both of us. And so I think technology is just going to speed this up, but without transparency, you're not going to get the right solutions. And without win-win, why would I care to be on your team if it's a win-lose? I'm going to go work. The best suppliers are going to work with the companies who are empathetic, who do share, who do value their, what they can bring to the table. And so I think you're going to see this real split of people who are partnering to create value and people who are stuck in a value exchange, value extraction.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Kate. Before we hop off, we mentioned every attendee today will be getting the free complimentary access to your certification course on getting to we. Can you just remind everybody what are some of the things they'll learn with that? And everyone listening in, you will get that code to sign up for Kate's course after today. We'll send that out.
Yeah, so remember I mentioned those 5 steps, right? Lay the foundation, co-create a shared vision, adopt the guiding principles. So it literally goes step by step. And it helps you go through that. So it's designed, you don't have to do it this way. You can just take and learn it and just click through and learn. But it's designed for a buyer supplier team to actually work through together. And so the homework is the statement of intent and the governance structure for your partnership.
Wonderful. Well, I know we'll all look out for that email we'll be sending after today, and everyone will get that code so we can get certified in the Getting to We methodology. Thank you so much, Kate. We're thrilled to have you here today. Thanks.
Excellent. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, next up, we're moving along to our next panel of the day. And this is a really fun one. So this one's called The Art of Failing Forward, Demo Lessons Learned. For anyone just joining, you can use the Q&A to drop some questions in or just drop them in the chat. I'd like to, and everything will be recorded and we'll send them out after. So if you missed something earlier, don't worry, we can play it back later. And I'd like to introduce all our panelists for this one. We have Sarah Idris, VP of Product at Reprise. We have Muskan Jindal, Solutions Engineer at Kodak. Logan O'Neill, Solutions Consultant at Blink. Art Hernandez, he leads Partnerships in Sales Engineering at SIFT. Giselle Pantin, Solutions Engineer at LinkedIn. Well, Sarah, over to you to lead the panel discussion. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, Greer. So excited to be here with these esteemed panelists today. And, I figure since I'm asking you all to be vulnerable about your demo fails and tell us what you've learned, it's only fair for me to do the same. So I'm going to warm up the crowd, so to speak. And I'll tell you a little bit about my most recent demo disaster, which I think none of my colleagues know happened. But most recently, we were in a pretty big meeting. It may or may not have been our board of directors meeting. This was a few BOD meetings ago. And I happen to have a neighborhood where a lot of people are at home during the day. They're either retired or, they are homemakers or just also working from home. So I'm like cooking, as the kids say, I'm going through my demo, talking about this awesome new launch we just had. And my neighbor just shows up next to me. You can't see it, but I work right next to my patio and she's banging on my door and I'm just ignoring it. And then she keeps going and there's a window here. So she sees me and then she starts banging on the window. And I'm like, karate chopping, but under the desk so that my whole board can't see me doing it. And I'm still going through my demo, taking some thoughtful pauses. And then I just hear her enter my house. So it obviously didn't end too poorly. The meeting went great. The demo was fantastic. I was very nervous and not as polished as I like to be. And luckily my husband intercepted her in my kitchen. But to my friend Dory, that was not great, but I love you anyway. And I hope that you never do that again. And I have some things I do now to prevent that. So now that we know that we're all human here, I want to pass it on to our panel. And Giselle, can you tell us a little bit about your most recent demo disaster?
Yeah, sure. So mine happened quite a few years ago when I was, first starting out, and I had a demo that I was getting ready for, and I had thought I crafted this really great story, and they gave us a bunch of more of a questionnaire, and I was working with the account director, and we were like, no, let's make it more engaging. Let's answer all their questions, but in a more creative way. Not knowing that they were not open to that. So we went into there, very confident and started telling my story and getting into the product, and maybe 10, 15 minutes in, the point of contact stopped us fully and said, okay, stop there. This is not what I asked for. I need you to answer the questions. And it was very jarring for me, especially being a new SE. And I was sweating and terrified. But then luckily I had an amazing sales partner that was like, okay, let's pivot. And then I was like, hey, can you please read off the questions? And then I'll try and answer in product. So we pivoted well. It didn't end in a sale, but I think the lesson for me was, if they give you certain criteria, maybe just make sure that we are delivering what they expect. And if they want a creative, presentation, we can give that to them, but maybe don't assume that that's what everybody wants. So that's what I took away from that anyway.
It's a tough one. Do you feel like you were able to regain their trust throughout that and kind of play on your partner and
I want to say yes, but I don't. She gave us the opportunity. It was a tough customer, but I understood where she was coming from, and it just wasn't fitting her use case. And I think we were just trying to help her fit it for her because she needed a tool, but I think it just wasn't a good fit overall. So she allowed us to continue the rest of the hour, but beyond that, nothing came of it. But yeah.
I'm sorry, but gracious of her, and I'm sure you learned from it. The most important thing is sometimes just listening to what the prospects want it often involves a pivot at the last minute. I had one of those yesterday, actually. So I empathize. Muskan, what about you?
I've actually, I mean, honestly, Giselle, to each their own. I remember I did something similar where I built a use case and very similar disaster. But mine is honestly one of the epic demo fails I've had till now in my career is when the product stopped working, like middle of the demo. And thank God it was Zoom. So I was able to pause my screen share and I had like a PPT handy, which literally was a product click through PPT. And I pretended to like move the PPT while pretending it's a real demo, only for the client to be like, hey, can you please go back to the previous screen? And I want to see this particular toggle. This is something I really align with. And I'm like, sure. In my head, there is no way I can do that, or like people will realize this is not a live demo. And then in order to avoid that, I ask questions about, hey, why do you feel this is relevant to you, right? I know this toggle seems really cool, but why? While like sweating my ass off.
Yeah.
Backstage, to a point that we ended up building like a more detailed discovery around it. We ended up moving to the next stage. But till date, I swear by double testing all my flows. And even when I've tested them, I make sure I have like a click-through product presentation literally open right next to my demo, so that if something like this really happens, this is my backup plan now. So it's no longer a demo fail, it's a backup that I do.
Oh, there you go. So you're prepared. Do you feel like the questions that she had initially came up again later in the sales process? And were you ready for those? Or, did the discovery that you did during your tap dancing kind of seal the deal?
Honestly, the discovery that I did help us kind of expand the scope, but I knew that wasn't enough. I could sense within the, conversation. So I ended up like after the demo, I recorded a small snippet, like a 3-minute bit of around what she asked and sent it over to us. So when I turned it over to her team, and when I met her again, I also, kind of like, hey, Janine, I want to get started with something we were discussing previously and close the previous loop before we jump on something new. So that's what I did to kind of mitigate it, and no one ever found out that I did that.
Amazing. Wow. Okay. Well, it's perfect. It sounds like
Now
you
this
were
team.
listening. I'm sorry to talk over you, and you got her the information she needed later and showed a lot of really great empathy. So I'm glad
Yeah,
you
until
worked
now.
that. Also, amazing that you have a solution now to make sure that you're always prepared. So you sort of learn from it, don't we all? All right, Logan, how about you?
Yeah, so I would say my most memorable demo fail was pretty recent. So I'm about 5 months in at Blink. 6 weeks in, I was asked to lead a demo in a webinar called SharePoint and Viva versus Employee Experience Platform, choosing the right intranet solution. And when I did this webinar, I thought I was quite well prepared, been practicing my script and what I had planned to show, but I missed that my Google Chrome needed an update. So the webinar was hosted in a browser on a platform that we were accessing from a Google Chrome browser, and got through most of the demo. But then at one point, Google Chrome crashed because it wasn't updated. So at this point, I am trying to communicate with my colleagues, actually not on back-ended channels, because I just asked them, I was like, hey, am I still with you? Because everybody in the audience was sort of seeing that the screen was like half loaded as well. So I figured it would just be better to be transparent and ask. Normally I would use those back channels, but this was just going to be the quickest, most effective way. And thankfully I was able to still be connected to the colleagues and the audience could still hear me. So we really just pivoted to wrap up to where everything that I had planned to still show on Chrome, I voiced over what you would have seen was this, and then went right into insights, which are a really valuable part of an employee experience platform. And that was fortunately loaded on Safari. So my screen share was like the total desktop screen share. So I just swiped over to Safari. So recovered, but it was definitely a fail, and one that was really based on something so small and simple, and that should have been part of like my checklist, really.
Okay, first of all, very brave to share your entire desktop. That is, I mean, I would never. And I have before and I've regretted it. So kudos to you for that. That is boss level. How did you communicate with your colleagues during this? Were you doing it over Slack? Were you just doing it over the voice recording because they could still hear you?
Yeah, it was just really over the webinar, because the audience picked up that the screen was like half loaded and they weren't quite seeing what we all expected to see. So I figured better to be a bit more transparent and just get the feedback immediately versus like pausing myself and then having to type on Slack. I'm not that great about multitasking in that way. So it was just the most efficient route to make sure we could keep moving forward and give the audience at least some value by going right to insights.
Oh, that's incredible. And did you have any like go-to terms or things that you used to kind of soften the message that you were having technical difficulties, given that you were on a live feed?
Really, just not acting terribly shocked and just saying, "Oh, are you able to see my screen?" Trying to keep as calm of a demeanor as possible and not necessarily drawing attention to issues, just like, "Are you able to see my screen?" Not, "Is there an issue with it?" And then seamlessly pivoting over to Safari. So in that sense, the actual whole desktop share worked out in my favor, because if I had to navigate back to the webinar portal to reshare a different screen, I would have been very much out of luck with that type of action. So the desktop share worked out well for that time.
Wow, poised under pressure. That's incredible. Again, the desktop share just is blowing my mind. All right, and Art, what about you? I know you have a fun one.
Well, the day was a fall day, much like today. Pre-2020 in-person visit. I just left the Marriott Courtyard breakfast. Right, I'm in a conference room with a large U-shaped table, and at the near corner on my left sat our contact, who I've only met through WebEx back then, and the rest of the faces were new. Now, my rep and I would open with a limbic example. Now, a limbic is a visual intended to evoke an emotional response, and the limbic point that we wanted to drive was our best intentioned efforts, if they're wrong ones, those efforts can disappear. So I had my props ready. I had a can of soda and a cup. And it would go something like, this cup represents your initiatives. This soda is your people, your money, your resources, investments. And this is what you're pouring into your problems and initiatives. You look to see where your money went and you turn it over and you're like, where did my money go? Now, in real life, when it worked, I pour out the cup and nothing would come out. And people would be like, oh my gosh, where did the liquid go? Tell us how it happened. And it would drive a good conversation in how we help with what our solution does and making sure your money's effective. On this fine fall day, when I turned over the cup, unfortunately, everything fell out. And, as the guy doing the limbic, everything was in slow motion and I could feel myself going, oh. And as soon as it hit the floor, I froze, my rep froze, the audience froze. And throughout the session, throughout the, in-person session, the evidence of my failure on the conference room floor continued to mock me. Just you failed. You're going to be too terrible at this session. And today, I get to share it with this whole gang and have a little laugh about it.
Oh, I mean, it's the first magic trick in a sales process story that I've heard. What was the room like? Did you ever have a tough crowd for that trick? I feel like they were very gracious, but that's a very brave thing to do, much like Logan's desktop share.
Yeah, it was. We pulled it off successfully a number of times before. On this particular day, the cup just didn't want to do good things for us. And the crowd was a mix of operational folks, managers, and an executive level. The one item I learned, I think Logan alluded to it, is your audience takes cue from you as the presenter. if you exude fear, whether you think you're exuding fear or not, if there's a sense of fear exuding out from you, they're going to be like, ooh, this is kind of an uncomfortable situation and I can't pay attention to what Art's actually saying. That day I didn't do so well, but I did learn how to adjust going forward from that day.
That's quick thinking. I love that. Do any of you have strategies for kind of managing your anxiety, in those moments, either because you just made a mess with baking soda on the floor or your neighbor is like breaking and entering into your house? I could just pass it to anyone. I know Giselle's laughing pretty hard.
I like to just always just make a joke of things. I mean, what really helped me, I had a lot of anxiety starting this role because I came from more of like a data analytics background and I wasn't very customer facing. So this was like a whole new world for me. And I had a lot of anxiety starting out, developing talk tracks and that kind of thing I've never done before. So for me, how I got over that or how I helped like manage my anxiety was just like framing it just as a conversation. Like you are more than qualified to have a conversation, period, at the base level. And it's like, the more prep you do, of course, like the more prepared you're going to be to have that conversation. But that's how I go into it always. So I'm always like, if something goes wrong or the demo, this happens to me on a weekly basis, something will not work in the product when I click on it and I want it to. And then I just always kind of like flow and make a joke out of it or be like, I'm in my demo instance, what are you going to say? Whatever comes out of my mouth happens, but I kind of just like really just try to be adaptable and expect the unexpected. But yeah, I think just framing it as a conversation really helped me personally.
I could not agree more. When I started out, I believe it was like a 22-year-old kid talking to like VPs who have more experience living, like working in the industry than I have living on Earth. So it was definitely intimidating. So I just like, I've always like loved talking to my dad. And I feel like he's so fun and he looks intimidating. I just framed it as a conversation. It's just people talking to people and things mess up. Shit happens. It's fine. And kind of what Art said, you exude the energy of being a calm and collected person. People are like, oh, whatever. Potato, potato. And if you exude the energy of, oh my God, this happened. And they're like, oh, damn. Like what went down? So pretty much.
Kind of like you don't freak out when your kid falls down and scrapes their knee. You will freak out. And it's not a freak out moment. I love that. And I think what both of you said really speaks to the importance of listening and understanding kind of what problems your prospect is trying to solve, making it a conversation. I think it's just a general best sales practice. I know, Art, you came off mute. Did you have a method?
On the failures, there can be failures that are self-inflicted, like I did. We could also look at failures that are inflicted upon us. They may not be failures, but my goodness, how do I handle this like situation that I didn't quite expect? So when I think about how to fail forward, it's just not our stories of self-inflicted pain. But if there's a conversation in the room that says, well, how do you handle this? Or this is not really what I'm thinking about. I think that Giselle surfaced that. The item that I think about and I coach is when you go to a meeting, it's really good to have 3 boulders or 3 foundations that you can always go back to, right? So regardless of where the conversation pops, you can always bring it back to these 3 foundations that you've learned about the conversation before. And if you have those 3 boulders, those 3 key topics, you're confident in what those top topics are, and it'll allow you to be confident in conveying the message. Those are some of the techniques that I've used in when I go into an event like that.
I love that. Do you kind of craft these boulders ahead of time with what you know about who you're talking with, or are they more like core principles for what you're selling? I'm curious how you put those together.
Both. There's a blend. Certainly, many of us who've been in SE roles for an extended period of time, there's a person or 2 in the audience, whether it's virtual or in person, that we want to know we have to get that attention for to get to move to the next step. So one of those boulders are really tied to that particular champion. And then maybe another boulder is about who my company is, right? Because we want to be able to leave a positive impression. And of course, core to one of those boulders is, let's make sure that I understood what you're trying to solve for. Is this the thing that you're trying to solve for? So some semblances of a mix of those three is it's what I always have in my back pocket when things go wrong. Okay.
I like it. You're giving me ideas. This is great. Logan, do you have any kind of go-to methods that you use to manage these situations? I mean, I think you might already be the queen given the the story that you told, but I'm curious if you have other things in your back pocket like art that help you manage these situations that are out of your control, really, and let you take control of that conversation again. Perhaps like this one right now, where I am fairly sure that Logan is frozen. And so I'm gonna dial it back and let's kind of move on. And I know Logan is at a conference right now, everyone. So she is in a stressful environment with a lot of folks around. So we appreciate her being there, but I'll keep an eye on her, see if she comes back to us soon. I want to make sure that we have enough time for any questions. This is a live fail. I promise we didn't plan that. But I want to make sure that our audience gets a list of things that they can take away to prevent demo disasters in the future. So we've already talked about some of them, but I'll maybe do a round robin around the room. I'll start with Muskan. Do you have something in your checklist now, in your preparedness list, to make sure that your demos go smoothly and that these engagements go well?
I feel like having a click-through presentation or something is always a good idea. You never go know when product and internet and Safari and a billion other things give up on you. When I go in person, this is such a big pet peeve of mine. I always either set up two desktops in my one laptop or like take two. So in case like one thing messes up and the system goes down, I have another one. I feel this is very extra, but it just like helps
It's a
me with
lot.
my anxiety. Another thing that I do is just keep drinking water. That's it.
Oh.
It sounds so cliche, like problem to every solution ever, but it works.
Water. I like it. I like
Which
it.
is why
I know mine's off screen. I've got all kinds of weird stickers on it though, so I try. I don't get to do that as much. I usually have to grab a glass. What about you, Giselle? What are your techniques for managing these things ahead of time?
Yeah, I make a pretty detailed prep doc before any call that I have with any customer, which at this point, my OneNote is crazy. I have a OneNote page for every customer that I've ever spoken to ever. But it has all the key details I need, things that I already know about the customer, things that I am curious about, and I always make sure to like sync with my reps. But from a demo perspective, I'm always like setting up my tabs, trying to figure out, as minimal clicks as possible to not to like distract from the message. But also I'm always testing them out, refreshing the tabs and making sure like things are working right before. So like 10 minutes before, I'm doing all the clicks and redoing it and making sure, okay, everything is refreshed, everything's ready to go. But kind of just giving myself grace of like, if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And I know enough about the product that I can feel confident that I can flex and adapt to whatever happens, but you can only be so prepared, right? So I think it's just a matter of like being confident in yourself that you can navigate whatever happens.
I love that because I think it touches on the value of you, the person in that room. I think obviously we make software to help with this problem, but at the end of the day, we can't control Google and your computer. And, there was that day a few months back when the whole internet died for half the day. So I think you recognizing how much value you and your expertise brings into that conversation is huge. And I think your prospects see it that way as well. So it's really the best way to be prepared. Welcome back, Logan. I'm glad you're here. Do you have anything in your preparedness checklist, given all you've experienced in the past and today?
Yes. So today I am at a big conference and the Wi-Fi is going in and out. So having, say, a hotspot would have been a great idea, or maybe a backup to join from mobile data. So that is going to become part of my checklist. But currently it's definitely making sure all of the tools and technology is up to date. And I do like to do that screen recording as well, to have that backup where you could pause and really just voice over if you fell into a technical difficulty.
Love it. And I'm just joshing you. You did great. It happens. We all know conference Wi-Fi is for the birds. And Art, what about you? What's in your checklist?
I think the checklist a lot of times comes down to those three boulders as a step of last resort. One of the perspectives that a really good sales coach gave me once was take crisis communications training, Art. Take media crisis communications training. Because at crisis communications training, the end goal is to exude confidence that regardless of whether there's a fire going on or a disaster happening, you're in control, your messaging is clear, and that things are going to progress according to plan. And I had an opportunity to take crisis communications training. And sometimes, as folks in the sales world, every conversation we have with a buyer could be a crisis, right? It's how do we manage their emotions? How do we manage, I'm not saying manage their emotions, but how do we manage a situation so that if we do believe we're a good fit for each other, guide them in the next path that they want to get to. So a little bit of crisis communications in my background. And when all else fails, I love what Giselle said, right? It's a belief in yourself. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Things can go awry. You might decide it's time to close up that notebook or that laptop, and let's just do some whiteboarding, and just have the conversation keep progressing. Sometimes it's you control what you control, and everything else just you kind of leave it to that.
I love that. I've never heard that advice. That's fascinating. Would be so helpful, I think, for anyone working with customers, especially making sure that you are always projecting confidence and managing any situations that come your way, because you are the expert. You know what you're doing, and you know that everything's going to be okay. So excellent, excellent advice. All right, I am curious. We have some time. I don't think I see any questions in the chat. But I know, Logan, you had another fun story, so we could end on another very light note of an additional demo disaster, and maybe to make sure we wrap for the audience with the takeaways, if you could also go into what you learned from it and how you handle it differently now.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of my other demo fails have been having to demo at an airport. Make sure you have a really good headset. That would be my tip there, a takeaway so that it can cancel out noise. And then another one was my phone was really flipping out, opening all different types of applications. And I had to transfer the demo to my colleague's phone and prepare to do a mobile demo from my colleague's phone. So have supportive colleagues that are ready to help, and make sure you have a good headset. Those are my takeaways.
Love it. Your headset is very, very crisp. And I think I do see one question in the chat, so we get to get some from the audience. Maximilian asks, have you ever been able to improve your tech skills or demos with ChatGPT and go further than before? If any of you have any examples of AI-driven learnings that you've taken into your demo process.
I've been using ChatGPT and a lot of other AIs to kind of get the industry lingo. A lot of times I'm talking to people from media industry or people like from a manufacturing plant. I don't want to say things like, this is what your business user will do. I'm going to don the hat of a business user. I want to say like, so I'm the studio manager, Dave. Like I want to use the lingo. I used to catch up on the lingo from the discovery calls, the previous conversations we'd had with them, but I would kind of like fail since my research resources were limited. Now I'd use ChatGPT to kind of figure out what would their lingo look like. Because if you think from the other person's perspective, they're seeing an entirely different solution and they're seeing it for the first time. And they're probably not techie.
Yeah.
So the more you speak their language, the more it's more palatable for them to hear it. So I've been using ChatGPT to learn the lingo and include it in my pitches.
That's great. That's great. I love that, especially when you're selling to different industries. And Art, let's close with you.
Yeah, my team recently did an exercise where we took screenshots of our application, put it in a PowerPoint, and uploaded it into Notebook LM. And we asked it, we're going to do a demo, and we're concerned about these things. Tell us the other things that we should be concerned about. Where does the data not make sense? What do you perceive our messaging is as it stands? And help me think about the areas where the demo and the demo data need improvement. And I was completely blown away that the Notebook LM was able to interpret the screenshots, and it highlighted areas where it said, this, you're going to get called out on this because a finance person is going to wonder why this is like 80 cents and this other thing is $300. There's like some inconsistencies in your reporting that show that it just doesn't jive together. So we were taken aback and said, oh, as we're preparing our demo automation package, let's use some of the Notebook LM to give us further insight on things that we may not see on the surface. So it was a pretty cool exercise that we did.
I love that. We are big users of Notebook LM internally to share our brains. So that's fascinating. And I'm gonna give it a shot. Well, I want to thank all of you. This was fun, and I appreciate you being vulnerable with us and sharing, all of the things that have gone wrong. You're all excellent at what you do, and I think it's really valuable to the audience. So thank you again.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you joining us today. And gosh, demoing is just so hard. And I know everyone in the audience can relate to at least one or more of the stories.
Thank you.
So thank you all for joining. Just a reminder for anyone joining us, all the sessions will be recorded and sent out following the session today. Now we're on to our final session of the day, the future of pre-sales, a discussion with industry leaders. So let's welcome back Chris Mabry, VP Solutions and Partnerships here at Reprise. Hey, Chris. And now we have our panelists, Chris Friday, Head of Worldwide Solution Consulting at Outreach. We have Terrence Felton, VP of Solutions Consulting at Cisco, and Song Park, CCO, Global Head of Customer Success and Solutions Engineering at Chronosphere. Welcome you all, and Chris, over to you.
So it may not be 1985, and I may not be driving a DeLorean, but we're going to take it to the future because we're going to talk about the future of this industry with these three top leaders in the space. What do I have to offer in this conversation? Very little, so I'm going to let them do most of the talking. But I appreciate this event altogether. It's been amazing. The demo fails, I was sitting here sweating, listening to those stories. All of us have been through it. I'm just going to go off and ask, we're going to start with what's changed. We're going to move into where things are going. So over the past 2 to 3 years, a lot of us here have understood, or we've been in the industry, we've seen the change. I want to take it from the three of you. And what are some of the most dramatic ways you've seen this function and solutions change within the past 2 to 3 years? And Chris, with a K, I'm going to start with you.
I've seen a lot. I've been doing pre-sales for almost 2 decades. And I think one of the biggest things that I've seen come about in the last 2 to 3 years is moving our team up into the funnel, into the more qualification stages. This has been very important because I believe the buyers have become much more savvy in the tactics that they're using to research, to get information. So they're asking a lot of really in-depth questions early on that your AEs may not be able to be prepared for. So I've actually started to move my team up in the qualification process to be there on those front lines, some of those qualification calls, especially to start building champions and be able to find the metrics in pain.
Well said. Over to you, Song.
Yeah, very similar kind of tenure. So I've been in go-to-market for the better part of 2 decades. I know I don't look the part. Thank you very much. But I think for us, it really is around, I think, SEs and pre-sales becoming, I like to think, captains of our industry, but in reality, co-captains. We still have to kind of share the seat, especially around what Chris said, identifying the pain, making sure things are qualified, making sure we drive great discovery, but also just helping to make sure we have the right ICP and the right customers we're going after. And ultimately framing up like the business case, making sure that we're doing everything, I think, +1 than everyone else typically on the account team. So I see more companies doing that versus, thinking about SEs and pre-sales just as like, oh, hey, here's a technical resource to come and do the demo. right? So like our role and our expansion into kind of more the business and tying the business to the technical pains and requirements are becoming more paramount. And I think this is where, you know, the next, hopefully the future of pre-sales turns us into, you know, I think more the captains.
Terrence, what's your thought? I love the idea of becoming a captain, by the way. I'm imagining a captain's hat.
No, yeah, I agree with all of that. It's been a shift. I mean, it's been longer, but you've seen it a lot more lately in the last 2 to 3 years. I would say more use case focused storytelling as far as an SCM. As we're evolving our roles, it's not just a technical resource anymore, but it's now we're getting in and we're understanding, you know, their pain points. We're looking to solve those pain points, no longer just focus on the features and the widgets and the buttons, but uncovering the pain, telling the story behind it. That's how we're getting, you know, into you know, partnership with our customers more and focusing more on that specific use case and just coming in, here's that story. If you have something, you know, just to leave behind and for you to remember, it is this use case, not all the other buttons, not all the UI, not how it goes back to here, but how we solve that specific pain point.
Terrence, you used a really good word, partnership. And I feel that some of the things that I consistently hear from organizations from pre-sales is that a lot of pre-sales individual contributors don't feel that they have a seat at the table in that strategy. And they're used, as you said, more of those demo resources. And to Song's point, moving us up into the pre-sales, the qualification stages, I really think that it earns us a seat at the table. So we're not just doing those feature function demos and we're actually providing that strategic lens. If we start to move up in the beginning, we can also call out the AEs when we feel that their qualification is not quite up to par. So it gives us a really good seat at the revenue table as well as at the customer's table.
No,
Yeah.
100%,
Well
Chris.
said.
I agree. Yeah.
You know, I propose this as like, what shift have we seen in the last 2 to 3 years? But really what I'm kind of hearing is we've adjusted to the buyer's expectations over the past 2 to 3 years, and we've met them where they're at. And that's what's really cool is you can see the evolution of us adjusting to the market. The three of you run teams at large organizations. They're very complex sets of technologies. How are you tactically meeting them there? Like, what are some of the things that you've done to make the shift to meet the buyers where they are now? And I'll start with you, Terrence.
Yeah, with that, I mean, this is piggybacking off of, you know, a conversation just before this, though, is getting into those use case demos. Like you said, our customers are changing. What they're looking for is changing. Their attention is changing. You know, they're doing a lot of resource and research beforehand. So how do we gain their attention? So something that teams have been doing, you know, for some time now is utilizing more vignette demos, and it's vertical based, it's use case based. So those small snippets, maybe it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but it's right on a topic, right on a use case, and doing that in a number of ways. We're doing that for demand generation. We're also doing that as leave behind. So leave it as a video for you, just like, hey, showcase this one solution. This is what's solving that pain point. And it's arming our AEs to be able to be in rooms where we're not, but it's also arming our champions with the customer where they could be in rooms where we're not. And now they're showcasing that demo or that vignette use case demo to the powers that be and the decision makers. So that's something we're doing to get ahead of things, get that quick attention happening, but also leaving good resources behind.
I love that piece, Terrence, because if you're a part of a medic or a med pick shop, you'll hear the word champion, champion, champion every single time. And how do you build those champions really at the beginning is by you have to put deposits in their bank so you can withdraw them later on to, say like, I need to get access to the economic buyer, or can you help, position our product in XYZ other place in the organization? And those vignettes and leave behinds, those are your deposits. So that's exactly what you want to start to think about, how to leave those behind to build that champion, and even maybe sometimes building the coaches, but you really want to focus in on those champions. I feel like that's a big shift that I've been seeing, that we're trying to meet the buyer and their expectations and behavior as well.
Hey, the only thing I would add to that, like what Terrence and Chris say are extremely powerful. Like the only thing that I think about with the teams is also the mindset shift. Because I think buyers today and customers in general don't really fit into like the sales process where, hey, we have to go follow these steps and it's a very linear, first touch all the way through kind of purchase. So I think being creative about how we can leverage collateral, how we can leverage content, how we can leverage, to Chris's point, those little deposits, whether it's an engagement, passing along some info, sharing that demo vignette to Terrence's point, like those are all great and powerful. But I think it, again, tries to elevate the pre-sales professional into a very consultative advisor kind of partner by being their domain expert, have the breadth and depth to go and, understand the customer's pain, echo those things back, but then again, provide that like very, hopefully, the right moment in time information and engagement to kind of elevate that status. So I try and tell the teams to kind of elevate that mindset into how they think about themselves, because it's very easy to become that tool in a toolkit. Hey, I'm just going to go do this thing. Here's my swim lane. But again, like to my theme around captains, like you have to be able to go and understand like the entire spectrum of things that the AE knows, right? The account exec knows, as well as everyone else that's on the account team.
So that's a great point, not fitting your customers into your buying process. I used to be so stalwart and not showing product until we did our proper discovery. And I relented on that a few years ago, because it's prohibitive to the customer, because they'll pass on by you really quickly because we don't believe that you have a product. So, even showing product before discovery, even your qualification, to Terrence's point earlier on about those leave behind, those little vignettes, those are perfect to just start to create off the shelf for that very purpose.
There's a term that one of our customers at Reprise uses, and they call it the Netflix of demos. Which I love that aspect.
Tell me more.
It visually gives you that idea of like scrolling through the demo list.
Yeah.
And Terrence, to your point, I've heard two terms I really want to steal from you guys, and I hope the whole audience is picking up on these, like the vignette process, the captain. These are two terms I want to use, because you can go to a sales team and say, did you share the vignette? Or here's your vignette library. And now it has a title. It has a thing, right? It's like now you can build a book of them. And Song, how you're talking about being a captain, it's like that's changing the persona and the perception of you're a solution engineer. Where do you think people are wasting time? So now, if we're doing more of that, there's other things that got to go, right? So where do you think we're wasting time today that's like maybe no longer moving the needle? I've been in the game a long time, and so maybe some of my old tricks just don't work anymore.
I think the biggest time waster is preparing a demo for every potential question. SEs really need to do a better job at objection handling and not having to show the answer in product. If you have a script, stick to it as best as possible. When you stray from that, there's a really good term, the blind leading the blind. If it's not part of your demo, probe the customer's question, understand it, take a note and get back to them. I firmly tell my team, it's okay not to have every answer or know every answer during a meeting.
That's a hot take, Chris. I love it.
Yeah, I'll get back to demos as well too. One of them that I see as a big time waster, and we all been here before, is just unqualified last minute demos. And this is where we got no knowledge of the customer, and I need this tomorrow. So they want to see that cool AI thing. Like what are they solving? I don't know. It's like it's a cool tool. We could show them. And if we're going off of demos and just showing cool, and we don't know what we're answering to, it's a huge waste of time. So now we're creating these Harbor Cruise demos, and then we get there and we find out it's a 3-user deal, and it just kills the SE's time. So that's a big one I think we all been through before, but that's a big time waster on my team right now.
I tell my team, you don't get paid to do demos, you get paid to close.
Exactly.
Spicy.
Simple.
Song, what's your take? What do you
I would
see as
just
being a time waster?
piggyback on both. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely I always call it reactive pre-sales, right? I think it's all the things that were mentioned, but it's more the negative consequence around, well, you don't get to actually prepare and do your best jobs. And it also kind of limits or maybe increases kind of the cognitive load, like, hey, I have to go now worry about this stupid thing that just kind of landed on my lap. Again, I'm just going to say captain again, like, hey, you should be a captain here and like push back or have your manager push back, or have someone like give you the air cover, because if you're not going to bring your best foot forward and it doesn't smell right. And how many times have we dropped just into meetings where it's like, hey, I've got this great opportunity, and then 5 minutes in, it's like, wow, this is such a time waste. Like those things are, I think, not conducive to like productive and efficient teams. So I think just being, very smart about knowing when to push back is also critical for like every pre-sales professional to feel empowered to say that and do that.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, so I love the comment, Jen. Hot take. This is going to be maybe one of my favorite quotes of the day. So there is, a lot of us are trying to solve workflow problems using AI and trying to kind of like shortcut or benefit our solutions teams to keep them on meetings that matter. Terrence, you're having to deal with these unqualified deals right now, and a lot of us are trying to look at tooling to solve those problems. There is a gap, and I'm noticing this in the market in general. There's a gap between our ambitions and what we're actually doing today. And there's a gap between what we think is possible with where AI is going and what we are implementing. So what do you think on your teams? What do you think the biggest gap is? And what's your plan to like get your team to that next stage?
I can start off. The biggest gap that we're seeing on my team, and I think we're all in right now, is that we're all in a race for AI understanding. Us as vendors, as customers, partners, we're all in that race, and we're doing this in order to lead into AI guidance. And that's the biggest gap that we're seeing on my team is this: where do we get there? How do we get there as far as being an AI guide for our customers? Not just vendors showing them things, but they're looking for guidance. We're looking for to all get on an understanding. So what we're doing on a team right now is to solve for that gap. Is this: we're just embedding AI in everything that we do is our role. Well, where it fits. So in order to that, we're doing that to have it as second nature in a way of utilizing AI and having that within our lives and our roles. So we're doing that to write RFPs. We're doing that to craft demand generation emails, answer product questions, but also just the backbone of our use case demos is we're understanding that pain point for them. It's like, all right, how do we fit this in to make this work best for them and guide them on the use cases that we already know of them and we've been solving for years as far as automation, but taking it to that next step as far as AI. So with that, if we embed it in our lives, we're looking at it to be able to understand those pain points, those gotchas, be familiar with basically our future assistants that we're all going to utilize. Because I think Song, you were saying this more as well. Is that AI is not going to replace our jobs. It's not going to do anything like that. But what it is going to greatly shift our roles. And so we need to embed it now and understand it.
I've got a second parter to that question, Terrence, because Cisco's a large organization. You ran big teams. How are you enabling that shift within your team? So, and we'll go to Chris and Song too, like the first part of the question, plus how are we skilling up on that? What's your process? Do you have any like tricks I could use?
Yeah. There's a number of ways. I mean, one, Cisco's a large company, so we're doing this on a grand scale for go-to-market right now, from leaders to ICs to all teams combined. We're going through those trainings as we speak. But more of the grassroots level, just from our teams, we speak on it as through I have what we call SE spotlights on our team calls. And during our weekly team calls, we have one SE spotlighted for maybe something they built or some demo they've done or something they ran across. A big portion of that in topics now has been AI. So in those SE spotlights, how are you utilizing AI within your role administratively, but also how are you doing it with our customers and what are you getting back? This is a number of ways I can go for an hour on ways that we're doing it.
I think that use case is perfect. Like if you're listening and you're thinking, how do I get my team to get on board with this thing? One thing you can do during your team meeting is to say, hey, I'm going to spotlight how you used AI this week. Yep. That's really smart. Song, what about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the first part of the question, I think we're still very early innings with AI and tools. I think everyone kind of jumped on a few bandwagons. I think if you look at core to, the context of like demos, It's always around great discovery. How do you help differentiate what it is you're trying to position right in front of the customer? And if you can use tools to help you do that, like for instance, one of my biggest pet peeves ever was SEs showing up without having done any type of research or done kind of the basics in terms of trying to understand the customer or the audience or doing prep, right? There's no excuse for that anymore. Because I mean, it's one thing, hey, I'm just booked back to back, I just didn't have a window, but like with all these tools at your disposal, there's no real reason you can't have that intellectual curiosity to like seek to understand. Like I always tell the teams, like, how does this customer make money? Can you explain that, right? And like, how do you then capture that in terms of what you're about to share, right? And what you're about to talk about. So for me, tools are an enabler for kind of the basics around, again, just doing great prep and discovery, but then also being able to differentiate. From an enablement perspective, like we have a weekly cadence for the SE team. I think it does kind of ebb and flow in terms of now it's way more structured with like much longer topics, and we'll kind of intermix them with smaller ones. But I love what Taryn said, right? Like being able to spotlight and kind of be prescriptive about like what are some great examples and like have the team share. That works out really well. But like we've been, you know, maybe trying to stick with more the old school way of, hey, let's just do a regular cadence and see what sticks. And then also, you know, dive deeper into some of the areas where there is, you know, kind of a identified need, right, to build up that competency across the team.
Yeah, I love what Terrence said about doing the spotlight. We do that here at Outreach, both with our product because it's changing so rapidly with the insertion of AI into various areas of the product that we need to keep up with that. So weekly we have a what's changed in our product with AI. And I really like to maybe start to use or, you know, steal with pride, Terrence, you know, the spotlight of how you're personally using AI in your everyday. I think, you know, it was mentioned on the panel before us, right at the end, using ChatGPT or some sort of AI to be able to construct how that specific vertical or customer has a language. We're not big enough to have an SME in every vertical here, so we need to be able to use the terminology that resonates very successfully in each of the verticals that we go into. And so like, what's the metrics should we be asking for? How do the customers, like, you know, Song put it, how do they make money? We need to come in with a point of view. And ChatGPT or any type of AI allows us to accelerate that point of view so we can come in as advisors very quickly without having to do hours and hours and hours of studying. Just some simple prompts that you can, you know, put together to be able to be conversant in their language and in their business really adds to the credibility when you're at the table with the customer.
Nice. It seems to me like we're all doing a mix of like, let's explore, like you said, like you guys are changing all the time. The product, the market's changing all the time. The tech is changing quickly. Let's let our teams explore and show us what they're building and push for that culture change. That's pretty smart. We do the same thing here. We do a lot of those spotlights, et cetera, et cetera. I want to get back to some more of the hot takes side of things. You know, there's a lot of trends in the market. What are some of the trends? You know, we just talked about AI, how there is a bit of a bubble, how there's a bit of a bandwagon. But what are some of the trends people are talking about that you think are just overrated, that aren't really going to change the game? And there are maybe some marketing out there to try to take a hot stance. So Chris, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm going to probably sway off of the hot trends specific to solution consulting and maybe talk a little bit more about culture. You know, we're talking about AI all the time now. But one of the things that I often hear is how to deal with burnout in our employees. Since we've shifted back to in-person for both meetings and in office, I've seen the expectations still of being able to do velocity meetings. You know, if we could do those at home remote on Zoom, 4 to 5 meetings a day in front of customers. But now that we're on planes and we're traveling, that cuts down. But the expectation is still there to meet that same velocity that we had during pandemic levels. So what this really means is that our crew is getting burnt out by just working 50 and 60 hours at a time trying to keep up with that demand. So I think there's a lot of corporate well-being programs such as No Meeting Fridays or surveys. I feel a lot of those times they're good, but I feel like it's a simple checklist for companies to say, yeah, we care about burnout. I really would like to challenge everyone to really address the root of the problems: workload, expectations, culture, margins, etc. And being able to leverage AI to help us figure out how to create those, do that heavy lifting part that's, also can be lower value, such as, going through our discoveries, answering RFPs, being able to, figure out how to talk to a vertical, using that as a manual way to free up time. We can then reset the field expectations to keep us from burning out.
I 100% agree with you, Chris. That's something, yeah, we all seen, come out of COVID as well too, is our engagement and roles change, so I've been in SC from back in the day. I'm on the road a lot, so I'm driving a lot, or I'm flying a lot, I'm here and there, and in between time, yeah, I'm prepping on a flight, for my next demo, and we're travel time here, but then we go remote. Now we're having demo after demo, meeting after meeting, 5 minutes in between. This wasn't the way that we operated before. And it's efficient, and our remote work is efficient and it's getting it done, but it doesn't beat that on-site, in-person, customer-facing interactions. That water cooler conversation, that trip back to the elevator after the meeting, you're talking to your champion, it's like, hey, it went well, or you should have did this, or now Tommy's going to look back at that conversation there that we're missing by strictly staying virtual and remote on a back-to-back. I think we need to get back out there in front of our customers, and that's a trend I think is just a little overrated as far as our roles.
Song, what do you think?
Yeah. Hey, I'm just gonna stand on my soapbox here, but like +1 to Chris and Terrence, like people buy from people, period, right? So like, I mean, first of all, Chris, like thank you for saying that around just like burnout, because you know what? It's very easy, and you all remember like when the pandemic started, like we were doing 12, 13-hour days just because we could, and everyone's like, "Woo, remote," and that was
We're
like
in
the
our
stupidest thing
pajamas.
ever. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, people buy from people, and I do think there's this like, oh my God, AI is coming. I had a plumber come into my house yesterday. It's like, oh, AI took my kid's job, right? But I think for pre-sales as a whole, like people are going to continue to want to engage with human beings, especially when it comes to like these very important decisions to go and fix, again, very large business problems. So I think that's a little bit of a hot take, maybe, in terms of, hey, is like AI ever going to take this job and this functional role? Not that I can tell in the foreseeable future, but hey, I've been wrong plenty of times in my life. But I think the human element is something that we have probably kind of forgotten about. And I think 2-3 years of this pandemic, and like people have forgotten that there's a huge premium and kind of value in kind of the social interactions, especially with people that, to Chris's point, we're trying to build as like champions or help and kind of inform if they're gonna, or get information from as coaches, and like how do we build up these kind of engagements and kind of the confidence in the relationships. So I think for me, it's like definitely hey, let's not overlook the fact that we will probably be in very viable roles for a very long time. And again, AI is an enabler for that. So I think people, number one, shouldn't be afraid and find ways to be more productive and efficient, but like really root on the fact that this is a very human to human interaction, right? And like we can, again, elevate ourselves to be those like experts and, hopefully trusted advisors, trusted partners, whatever like second word you want to use there. But building up that relationship is something that has carried a lot of successful pre-sales professionals throughout their career.
So I'll wrap this up with just one last question. But I can't help but ask around the in-person shifting we're making, because I think you're right. I think the three of you are 100% correct. We make a much bigger impact. It's important, but you can't do 5 demos in a day if you're traveling to Chicago and you're on a connecting flight. How do you show the value between the two to help move your business in that direction? Like how do you convince either it's your upper leadership or your team that taking that train or that flight is actually more important than doing it virtually? So what are some of your tactics, Chris? I know that you believe in it and you don't want to burn your team out. How do you get them on the road?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a fact that the team doesn't want to travel. I think they do. It's not for the lack of that they don't. I think they were just skittish just a few years ago to get on a plane and do this. And I'll even be the first to raise my hand. I even was skittish at first to, like, travel, from places, and was it even allowed from the corporate standpoint? But I think we're pretty much past that. I firmly believe my SCs want to get in front of people. They have a knack for presenting. They don't want to be stuck in a 2D world. They love getting out. They're very open people. They love the technology, and they want to be able to get out in front of the people to present. Leadership does not have a problem with this. What we need to make sure is that we're keeping in check the sales expectations of, oh, well, before you guys were able to do X amount of demos per week, but now that's decreased because, as you said, we can't do a prep for a demo when we're doing a connecting flight through Chicago. So I think it's just making sure that we're holding our leadership in check to set those expectations, saying that these are much more of a valuable interaction in person than we would be by having just more of a velocity approach.
100%. One thing that we're trying to do with our team to quantify this, but also prove that it works, is utilize it in a way of calling it a workshop and having a workshop with the customer on site. So, this is a way that we're getting our champions and different departments and, business decision makers in one room. We get them in that room. We have a presentation. We go from high to low, as far as, company where we're speaking on it, where they are, but also leaving it open and in this almost classroom setting, and where it's a more fluid conversation that, I'm speaking to you, but I'm also asking questions. And then I point out specific departments and, specific people. We're getting connections now. We're getting better understandings. We're doing slight discovery in these workshops as well, too. And it moves things along. And then how do I prove that it moves things along? Is that now we're tracking that activity within Salesforce or wherever you're using, and tracking that activity that we did this workshop. Now let's see how fast this moves, how fast this deal moves now. They're interested. They're excited. We're doing it. A pilot came out of it. Now we got the pilot and success criteria. Now we're moving on to close. We're adding that speed to it as well, too. But that's one way of justifying and, ramping up the excitement of on sites.
I like that.
I think we just uncovered a trend because Jen shared that she started in her strat team workshops as well. So you heard it here first. They're now called workshops moving forward, and we know we're going to move the needle with workshops. Song, what about you?
Yeah, I will say this. The team was just remarking yesterday about how we had what we thought was some kind of naysayers, and so we thought champions were, a competitor. And then the minute you meet them in person, oh, it's like a 180, nicest person in the world. And now they're sharing all sorts of stuff. Hank kind of made a comment, I think, in the chat as well. But again, it's like you're in these remote meetings where you don't have the opportunity to have the one-off sidebar social interaction. And, oh, hey, by the way, like learn about their personal win, learn about this other thing that they're willing to share now. I think those things are kind of missed. So it's a really good reminder. Like I'm with Chris on this. Like, yeah, it took a while for people to kind of get out of the, oh man, is this even safe? Like, are we going to be okay? So now, okay, now we're kind of swinging back in, but it's also taking time to readjust to like this human to human kind of in-person way of doing it. And I think there's a much smarter way to do that as well. So it's definitely something that we value here, and it doesn't really take much justification or warranting. I will say that the last point I'll make is just, and you use the proof points. Hey, remember that deal we had, so-and-so meet with so-and-so. And like, that was kind of a pivotal point in kind of the trajectory of that opportunity, or neutralizing something, or, building a champion. And hey, this is like the things that you just have to remember and provide those like friendly reminders, right, to, leadership and to the account teams on like, why there's value in doing this.
Love it. Thank you guys so much for sharing your insights. We're doing workshops moving forward. We've got the spotlights on our team calls. Chris has got his hot takes, which I'm going to steal from the chat. I really, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you very
Cheers.
much.
All right, so that's a wrap. Now, we've been on an incredible journey today together. We've explored the future of pre-sales. We fell forward with those amazing demo fails and the magic trick from Art. Let's be honest, we've all been there. I haven't done the magic trick, but we've all been there. We discovered the power of the trust-based negotiations. We took a deep dive into empathy, super close to my heart. And the insights from David Yockelson on modern go-to-market kind of blew me away. In a lot of ways, they just solidified my own belief. So what happens next? The real work actually begins now. I've done so many of these, and I know that you have to keep the momentum alive. So here's a few tips on doing that. Got to share the knowledge. So take what you learned today, bring it back to your teams. Share the insights with your colleagues, with your friends, people who couldn't join. Share. Build your network. Set up that 15-minute meeting. I know it feels a little weird at first, but you can meet with somebody who you virtually connected with today on this and say, hey, what did you think? It's that easy. The person sitting next to you virtually can literally be your peer, boss, employee. It's a very small world, so do it. Follow Reprise as well for ongoing content. We're going to continue to post clips. What's coming next? If you missed a session or you need the rewatch, we got you covered. Early next week, we're going to send an event recap with all the links. If you're in New York City, let's take the last panel's advice and let's meet in person and break some bread. We'll be at Bar Chef today. Lindsay just dropped the link and the registration link in the chat. For me personally, it's a heartfelt thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being here. Thank you for pushing yourself and joining us and pushing this profession forward. You're keeping this community alive and for keeping it very special. So let's go out and make it happen. Take care for now.